to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn." First blood. Minions have spawned.
Like, I'll explain like all the fundamentals and like how good they are and like which ones you should like actually try to get like really good at, and it will like significantly like help you in your game, right? So if you guys don't know what this is, can you guys guess what this is? It's a picture LS. Guess what this fundamental is in the game? No, freeze. It's freeze, guys. It's freezing. So this is freezing. So this is, what the fuck is this? Wait, I need to Okay, auto spacing. Okay, this is auto spacing. So chat, if you guys don't know what auto spacing is essentially like how do I explain it? It's like you basically walk up to the enemy and then you will maximize your auto range or whatnot, and then you will auto the enemy, and then when he will try to enter his range to auto you, you will go the opposite way and you will extend the range. And then when he goes like the other way again, you will go the other way again. Let me make just a video about it. That is like really useful. I think it's like deft auto spacing, because the video explains it a lot better. Yeah, it's this one. This one is like really useful. So this is what auto spacing is, and this is like, it's important, you know, it's good to do. It can give you like a lot of trading. It's not necessary, but it's good. So you'll see it here. You see? You see? Every time Kai'Sa tries to go out, like in range to attack, he goes the other way, and then when she goes back, he goes back. You know, you see that? Let's do it in slow motion. Look, you see? Boom. There we go. Out. He goes back in. Then other way when she goes, you know what I mean? And then that means that he can auto her, but she can't auto him. But because he has more range. So this is even more important than if you have more ranged enemies. So if you play Caitlyn, then this is very important to learn. So this is more important for champions like Draven, Caitlyn, Ashe, but it is important just in general to learn. Now on a tier list, I don't think it's super important. But I do think that it will give you advantages in the game. And this also goes like this will help you team fight, this will help you siege, this will help you in every kind of fight possible, right? And the next step to this would also be to auto space abilities. So I think it's like 8 tier. It's good. It's not gonna like you can be challenger without like a good understanding of it. It's not gonna like fuck you over if you don't understand it. But actually, no, it's B tier. It's not even A tier. It's like it's very like decent. It's not that insane. Like I wouldn't prioritize learning this, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's it. Don't you need a good reaction time to do that? No, it's more like just understanding ranges, really. But it matters more in high elo, I would say. Baron. Okay, Baron is like very important to understand, and not a lot of people actually understand how to do Baron and when to do Baron. So actually, Chad, what is a good website for like a map? Is there like a you know like map of League of Legends where I can draw? Is there like a good website for that? What's the best map website? Like on the market? Like I know there's one called RiftKit. RiftKit, but that one's not that good. There's a better one, I think. But I guess we can do the RiftKit. I guess it works. But anyways, basically, right? So, Baron, there's a lot of things in play here. There's champions, and there's items, and there's just a general, like, how much damage you do. For example, like, if you have, like, a Cassiopeia on your team, or a Kindred, or, like, a lot of, like, Blade of the Rune Kings, and Rage Blades, you know what I mean? Like, if you have these kind of items, or champions on your team, then you will do, like, Baron a lot faster, right? But if you have, like, not that much damage, and you have, like, a lot of, like, enchanters, like, I don't know, like, Kiana, or Talon, or, like, Talon is decently fast, but you get what I mean. Like, then you can, like, focus Baron, and that's when you should be cautious. Like, if the enemy has, like, a Cassiopeia, then you have to be, like, really cautious about Baron, and make sure to, like, keep that in mind all the time, because they could try to sneak it. But also, like, if the enemy is, like, dead, if the enemy has, like, 1 or 2 dead members, and you're, like, if you basically have, like, 1 or 2 more champions around, then you can most likely do Baron. But you also have to keep in mind for, like, teleports, or also now, like, the Hextech gate, you know, and shit like that. And something that a lot of people in low elo don't do is, like, let's say that you do Baron, right? You do Baron, and let's say the enemy jungler is questionable. You don't know where the fuck the enemy jungler is, right? Now, there's a few things you have to keep in mind. You have to keep in mind what champion it is. Like, does enemy champion have a ability spell that can make him get into the pit, right? So, for example, Kha'Zix can E. You know, Jarvan can EQ. That's the first thing you have to keep in mind, right? Now, if he has that, then you have to zone him. Then you cannot 50-50. Then you have to, like, ward here, you need to ward here, you need to, like, make sure it's warded, and you can even have people, like, zoning the jungler. That's very common in high, because you're zoning the jungler away, right? With, like, resistance. Now, if he doesn't have that, if he doesn't have a wizard spell, then you have to keep in mind flash. So let's say if the enemy has like an Olaf, right? He doesn't have an ability, he can't jump through wall anything. But does he have flash? If he has flash, then he can still flash through wall, and he's still be cautious. Now, if he doesn't have flash, then he cannot possibly like jump over the wall. Then he has to go either here or here and run into the pit. Unless there's a plan, right? That's another thing. All of these things are very important to do Nash. Very important. That people don't realize. I think, is there anything else, chat? Did I miss something? I think this is pretty much it. Like, this is how you do Baron. In both games. Like, this is how Baron. And there's not too much to it, like Baron buff. It's just like it's like fucking siege. I mean, I guess like if the enemy has like 3 nibs down, like that's your goal with Baron buff. Is try to if the enemy has no nibs and you have Baron buff, then the game's over. Because then all you have to do is have 1 champion on each lane, buff each wave, and then minions will just win the game for you. You know. How do you play Baron out? I mean, as an ADC or like as a champion, if there's a fight on Baron, then it's very important that you be careful of big AoE spells. Maybe Gangplank Fiddle. Yeah, that's a good one. True. Yeah. Be careful of AoE spells. Like if they Gangplank will be careful with Baron, right? Fiddlesticks, obviously. Like be careful of like any corner here, right? Cannon, same thing. Does he have flash? Yeah. Those things are very important. AoE. That's very true. Good one. You can use Baron to force a fight. That is also true. Yes. You don't necessarily have to like you don't have to finish the Baron, but simply like going to Baron and threatening the Baron, even starting it and then baiting the enemy to fight you, that's really good. Especially if you have a lot of zoning abilities, like Katie Trap or Victor or Syndra, you know, like champions that have zoning abilities and those kind of like abilities. It's very good. But first you have to make sure to get vision. But that's another subject. That's like the sweeper later on, you know. But Baron, I mean, it's very important to understand Baron, how to counter Baron. It's done for sure. Like, you need to understand when, how, and, yeah, counter Baron. Like, it's very important. So if you don't already know, then make sure to practice this. Like, master you know. Because then you can, like, shot pull for your team. Like, I win a lot of games in low elo, because, like, my team doesn't understand. They don't want to do Baron. But then I'm like, oh, I know it's a good Baron call because I have this knowledge. And then I was fucking spamming chat. Like, I'm like, do Baron, go, 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 go. Until they, like, actually come, you know? And then, like, I won a lot of games in low elo because of my Baron taking knowledge. So, yeah, it's not fucking basketball. But yeah, this is bouncing. Like, you know, we're like bouncing waves. It's not even a fundamental. Like, I mean, it is, I guess. Okay, listen. You should always try to bounce the wave. Like, make sure to never, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, when you're playing, to make sure that, like, when you push a wave and you shove a wave and you want to recall, like your blue side, you know, make sure the enemy doesn't try to freeze the wave here. Make sure it actually crashes so it bounces back. So you should always try to bounce if you can. But this is a very simple fucking thing to understand. It is not a lot to it. Literally, just make sure the wave crashes the turret and it will bounce. It will bounce automatically, you know. Or if the wave is like in the middle, then it will bounce to you if the enemy has more minions or more HP, you know? Shit like that. So yeah, bounces, I mean, it's like, it's very simple. Like, it won't take long to learn, like maybe a few hours max, you know what I mean? So like, I mean, it's something you should learn, but like, it's an 8 it's important, you know what I mean? It's just simple. If you don't do that, you're gonna lose most of it. Yeah, for sure. So it's like important. I died so many times compared to force the bounce. Yeah, but yeah, I mean sometimes you can't do it. Like a lot of people will try to bounce, but they can't. And they get fucked, you know. Like that happened last game I played actually. Clicking. I mean, okay, clicking is important. So I guess like the thing I mean with clicking is like every player you should always click close to your character. Like if this is you, like this is you know, like here. You should all, like your clicks should be like in this circle. Like a lot of players, they will click like they will fucking click like really far away from their character. But that's really bad because then they're not maximizing the amount of like latency and like, your how fast you can like actually put commands in the game. So that's like a habit. It's more like a habit. It's not really a fundamental per se. It's more like a habit that you should be doing. So if you guys are not clicking close to your character right now, make sure to fucking do it. Practice that shit. It's important. A tier. I guess B tier. It's like important, but it's not like super big. Yeah, close and fast. It's good. Control words. Control words are like they're good, but I think a lot of people get baited by control words. Like a lot of people, they will just buy control words all the time. They recall, you have more than 75 gold, buy control word. This is not necessarily true. I think the only time you should buy a control word is one, if you are if the enemy has like a lot of aggressive champions and they want to like invade and stuff, then if you're red side, then you can ward like here. This is good control ward. This is good control ward. Like this is good control ward. This is good control ward. You know what I mean? When if you're blue side, then this is good. This is good. This is good. This one's decent. This one's pretty good. Like it's good, but I think I'm also will overdo it. Like I usually buy 1 to 2 pink wards a game. You shouldn't really buy more than that, in my opinion, because it's solo queue. People won't really utilize them anyways. The most important ones, in my opinion, is this one, and like the tri-brush is very important, and then like here and here. And then like if you are playing for Drake, like if there's like an upcoming Drake, and you want to play for Drake, then buy a controller, put it in this. Same for Baron. If you should always have a controller on Baron, very important. And you can't, the thing is you can never trust your solo queue to mess with it. So yeah, if you're playing for Baron, worth this as well. But I would not buy more than 1 to 2, maybe max 3 a game. It's just not worth it. That's a lot of money that you're like potentially not using for items, you know. Like all I'm gonna say is like you can get Challenger easily without buying a single control ward. Literally not one. Easily. Like it's not gonna matter too much. So I think that control ward is actually for solo queue. For Baron it's good. It's like it's like it matters, but it's not gonna be like huge, you know. But yeah, the most important control ward, like if you only want to buy 1 control ward, you just buy it for Baron. Cooldown tracking. Yeah, so cooldown tracking is very, very important. This is by far, when I played in low elo, like if I want to stomp games in low elo, tracking cooldowns is by far the thing that made me win the most lanes. Or the end, because the thing is, especially in low elo, people will fucking spam their abilities. The enemy support will just fucking throw their abilities off cooldown, they don't give a shit, it misses, you can abuse it, you know. Oh, Karma use Q, oh, I have 8 seconds to fucking abuse them. So it is very important to have a basic understanding of pretty much what the cooldown is for every single ability in the game, especially meta champions, especially ultimates, right? You need to have a basic understanding of this, super important. Because then you can flash the ability, then you can like counterplay, you know what I mean? Very important, doubly for sure. This one takes time though. This will take a fuck ton of time to learn, but it is something worthy of learning, 100%. If I did not have a good understanding of cooldown tracking, I would probably be Masters tier right now. I would not be close to Challenger. I would be Masters, 100%. Oh fuck, I forgot pings. Yeah, pings are very important actually. So we're gonna put that as well. I don't know what the fuck is this? Is it minions? Is it like mini wave or what? Let me see. CSing. Oh, this is CSing. Okay, CS. Guys. I mean, let's be honest, guys. Like CSing is everything. Literally. That is the number one thing. Before you even touch anything else on this fucking list, make sure that your CSing is good. You should never lose a minion simply because you either attack too late or too early. Ever. This is very, very, very important to do. So get your fucking ass in practice mode and go fucking last inning. Get no items, no AD, go last inning. When I was a pro player, I would literally every single day, you know, before I started playing solo queue, I would go 20 minutes in practice mode and use CS. Use CS. Perfect by CS. CS every single day. Go CS. CS is everything, bro. Your goal should be to get 10 CS of 10 minutes almost every game you play, especially if you play farming characters like Silver and Misfortune and these kind of shots. So yeah, before you do anything else on this thing, get this straight. Damage foresight. So this is damage foresight. Damage foresight is basically having a decent understanding of exactly how much damage the enemy can deal to you, but also how much damage you can deal to the enemy with you, like by using your abilities. And that's based on levels. It is based on items, right? And this will take time. This just takes experience with the game. You just have to play a lot of fucking games, and then you will get used to this. This is just about spamming games, right? And this is super important. W as well. You need to understand. You need to have a good understanding of this. Like, let's be honest, chat. How many times have you like went all in on a character and you don't kill him. He survives with like fucking 10 HP, 50 HP, I don't care. And then you're fucked. How many times? It happens a lot of times, a lot of times. Bro, we are fucking missing some things, by the way. Do we not have resets in here? I just realized, chat, where the fuck is the reset? Okay, we got it, never mind. Got it. Okay, but CS against a lot more factors than use last inning. Back times creates web management. Yeah, that is true. But at the end of the day, like, you're just not missing it. Like, bro, you have no fucking idea. I coach so many players that just miss the CS. They just fucking miss it. Yeah, for no reason. Damage is not easy. Yeah, I guess it's not easy. I mean, it takes time. You need to know Sunfire Diana kills you in 2.3 seconds. That's correct. Okay, chat. Let's do LS now. Okay, so chat. Freezing is actually not as important as people think. I think that freezing in solo queue a lot of times is a bait. Because I swear to God, every fucking time I freeze in solo queue, I don't care what rank it is. Every single time, like, the enemy just roams and fucks my people. And even though I pick them, they still die. And then they blame me for not picking them. So I would only freeze in solo queue, like, before level 6. But after level 6, especially if you're winning lane, then you would need to like fucking get plays. You need to get plays, you know? Like the only time you would freeze is to bait the enemy to walk up and then engage on them. That is the only purpose of freezing in solo queue. But otherwise I would not freeze. Or freeze if you're like hella behind. You know, like if you're like fucking if then we got your turret here, and you're a piece useless and you're fucking dead, hella useless, yeah, you can freeze the way here. You know, it's good to do it. But that's like still like you're still in a shit position. Because then the enemy will just roam top mid, fuck your entire family, and then you're here fucking yelling. Like still not bad. So I think freezing is easier. It's not that important. It is. Like you could literally, as long as you know how to like when to slow push, you could be fucking challenging without freezing bombs. You don't need to freeze. You don't need to. More important in other lanes like Tom. That is true, chat. Actually, never mind. B tier. I forgot. Yeah, this is for top and mid as well. Never mind. True. Actually, freezing is really good in our lanes. Never mind. For top lane and stuff, it's really good. It's S tier. Joke. For bot lane, it is C tier. But I think for top lane and mid lane, it's S tier. Yeah. I forgot about other lanes. Yeah. True. Okay. Scuttle. I mean, Scuttle Prio, it's good. Like, you know, like, the thing with Scuttle, this is more of just, like, kind of understanding Scuttle. Like, for example, like, let's say that enemy junglers are top lane, your junglers are top lane. Now, you, most likely, both junglers will path bot lane, and there will be most likely a fight around bot river or Scuttle, right? So now you have to understand this as bot lane or mid lane, and then you have to like hover this side. So if you're bot lane, stand here, try to get prio, and then help your jungle. If you're mid, same thing. Push, try to get mid prio, and then hover here, try to like aim for, you know, to help your jungler. So this is more about that, you know. And Scuttle, especially when you're playing against like Nunu, then it's very important thing about Scuttle. Because the way Nunu works is that this motherfucker will just kill top or bot Scuttle, and then this motherfucker will just... He's gonna roll his fucking snowball from Scuttle, gank here or here. And if it takes top Scuttle, top or mid. You know what I mean? So I mean, Scuttle is like... before, like, Scuttle used to be a lot more broken. Before, it used to be like double tier. But now it doesn't really matter. Like, you can give Scuttles. It's not gonna fuck your game too hard. I think it's like A or B. What do you guys think? Like, Scuttle is not that important anyways. Like, nowadays, right? It's like pretty tiny. Like, I feel like I don't contest Scuttle anymore. It's like C tier, actually. Like nobody, like Scuttle don't really matter. Like there's not been a single challenger game that I'm like, oh shit, my jungler wants me to help with Scuttle. No. If anything, I can get Scuttle. Scuttle is B tier. B tier for jungle. Okay, B tier, sure. Yeah, B tier is fair. But before it used to be double tier. When it was like hella broken. F keys. So F keys, first of all, a bit of a trick, guys, is that if you have short fingers, like I have very small fingers, I cannot fucking reach my F keys. I cannot. Without getting a fucking hand blister, right? So what you can do is you can rebind the F keys to C, like Z, X, C, V, right? Player 1 is Z, 2, X, 3, C, and then 4, V, and then space for yourself. That's what I do. And F keys are, I'm gonna be honest, guys, F keys are actually really fucking nice. They are so fucking nice. No, you guys don't understand, dude. Like, it is so much, like, the difference between you pressing one button on your keyboard and fucking dragging your mouse to the bottom right corner and then dragging, that's a lot of time, dude. It is broken. I'm gonna put F keys, for how simple they are, it's double tier. They're so simple. It is a rebind. You can literally get used with, for F keys in like a few hours. It is so, like, there's no reason not to do it. It is so good, man. It's so good, bro. You should 100% do it. 100%. They're fucking good, man. They're amazing. They really are, man. What is this shit? The fuck is this little thing? Farming stance. Do I want to get into stances? Stances, okay, chat, if you guys don't know what stances are. So, stances are more like, it's kind of like a practice thing. Like, I remember as a pro player, my coach would give us stances to do. So, you would either do a farming stance or a trading stance. But ideally, you always want to do both, right? But a farming stance is essentially where you minimize the trading, you minimize the damage that you take, and you stay healthy, and then all you try to do is just manage waves properly, last it properly, and then not get the dove, and just try to get 10 CS at 10 minutes. Now, farming stance as a practice thing is very fucking good to do if you want to get better at like lasting, right? Especially on champions like Sivir and Jinx and champions that want to scale. So it is very, very important to understand and learn. And it's a very good practice. So I think it's S tier. It's a very good concept, yes. But it's not really it is a fundamental, but I think more of it as like a practice tool to use, you know? So for example, chat, like a lot of players, they will just go into a game and then they will try to trade, but also farm, right? But then they're just fucking terrible at both. Instead of that, just focus on either just trading or either just farming. That way you will practice better and more efficiently and actually get better at the game. You know what I mean? For example, like before, I remember at first, I would only focus at farming. I would deal no damage almost every game, but I would have like insane CS every game. I would have like almost no deaths, insane CS. Like sometimes my team would flame me because I didn't kill the enemy when I could have done it, but that's fine, you know? It's all about practicing, you know? So it's really good. Really, really good. The fuck is this? Oh, jungle camps. Jungle camps. I mean, I think like this is more directed to like laners, I think. Like this is not really directed to jungle because obviously no fucking shit jungle camps are important if you play jungle. Like that's your fucking thing, right? But this is more for like other laners, like for example ADs or mid lane, whatever, right? Like if there is a jungle camp available, like let's say you play bot lane, right? Like you play blue side. If you have nothing to do, like let's say the enemy wave is like here, right? And they're pushing in the wave, and all you're doing is just waiting for the wave to come to you, so you can like see us here. Then you just fucking go do Krugs. And if your jungler pings you away, stop doing it immediately, right? But as long as your jungler doesn't ping you, then it's fine to take it, right? Or if you're red side, then same thing. If you're just waiting for the wave to come to you, go do Gromp. Especially if you're like low HP. The thing is, I don't do Gromp for gold or XP most of the time. I usually do it, it's like an HP potion. It gives you so much fucking HP and mana back. So literally all you do, chat, you go here, and then you ping your support to tank the Gromp for you. You take no damage from it, and then you get like hella much HP and mana back for free, you know? And then, like yeah, it's so broken actually. Like I do this pretty much almost every game. So this is like really important. But also like mid game and late game, like I don't know, if you're like chilling, like you're like bot side, you know, like you're here, like let's say you're here, you know, you're here right now, and then there's a mid fight, and you have like time, like you're chilling, you know, then you can like go here, you can maybe take Gromp, and then kite it towards here, and then go mid lane after that, like that. Or like if you're going mid lane, and the wave is like you're like this side, and the wave is like here, and you have nothing to do, then you can like go here, and you can go here, and take wolves, and then kite it like here, and then kill the wolves here, and then go mid lane when the wave crashes, you know. And that way you maximize XP and gold and shit like that. So like jungle camps are like hella important, you know. I think 8 tier as well. Like it's very important, honestly. It gives you so much XP and shit for free. Yo, chat, what do you guys think of this, brother? Is this useful or what? What do you guys think? And I guess I'll mention, like when it comes to taking raptors, that just depends on your champion. Like if you play like Sivir, yeah, you can take it like hella easily, you know. Like if you have AoE damage. If you play like something like Vayne, then I wouldn't waste my time on it. So like raptors are mostly for AoE shots. And Gromp is more for single target damage as well, if you know what I mean. So yeah, some camps, for example, like Kai'Sa does Gromp really fast, like Vayne does it really fast, etc. They're dodge bad games. I didn't think about that. Chat, should we include champ select? Oh yeah, where the fuck is champ select? We don't have champ select. That's like hella important actually. But that's like another thing. I feel like champion select is like another subject completely. Jungle tracking. This is jungle tracking, by the way. Yeah. Jungle tracking is... Why is my camera so small? Why did nobody tell me that I'm tiny as fuck? So, jungle tracking is important in every lane, right? But especially as a jungler. As a jungler, it's fucking fundamental. You straight up need it, right? That's the entire thing. But even as a laner, you need to have a basic understanding of jungle tracking. For example, let's say that you are red side. You're playing here, right? And you're chilling, right? And now, when you play red side, and you're bot lane, right? If the enemy jungler starts bot side, and he's like champion that can early gank, like I'm talking about Lee Sin, Jarvan, Xin Zhao, you know, any champion that is strong level 2, you need to be really careful about this cringe noob doing some shit like this. Chat, be honest with me, how many times have you died when you are like playing here, you're like here, you don't ward here, and then your enemy jungler ganks you, like at the second wave or something? How many times? It happens a fuck ton. Like, not that many times anymore. Like, it's kind of like rarer now, but it's still like a cheese. It's so tilting as well. Yeah. So, like, make sure to, like, ward here. Just ward here after the second wave or after the first wave. If they have, like, a level 2 jungler, you know, they can gank. Or, if the enemy jungler start topside, then you have to be ready for the enemy jungler to gank around, like, the third wave or fourth wave. So, usually, either ward after first wave, or ward around third or fourth wave. Those are rules that you should have in your head, right? Those are rules, absolute rules. Like either at 2 minutes, or at like 3 and 50. These are common gank timing, okay? Get vision around these times, okay? Very important. Yeah, exactly. That's very smart, very smart. Good. Jungle tracking. How would you guys rate jungle tracking? A tier? I think it's like, honestly, like, okay, listen. As a jungler, it's obviously fucking W tier, right? But like, as a general concept of the entire game, I think it's S tier, right? But yeah, jungler, you need to do it, but it's still useful as a laner. It is things you need to learn. I mean, obviously, chat, like, you should learn all of these, but you should prioritize these ones, like, on the top. Like, these ones are not gonna matter that much. Like, if you're insane at these fundamentals, but you're shit at these, that's really bad, you know what I mean? But if you're really good at these and you're shit at these, it's not gonna matter that much, you know what I mean, chat? Like, there are some fundamentals that I don't know, but they don't really matter, right? Like, I'm good at all of these. I'm good at all of these, I would say. Like, I'm not that good at range, you know? Yeah, CS management's hard. Like, these, like, damage foresight and CS management is kind of in the same thing, and they're both very hard, and it take a lot of time. But once you understand this, it's, like, really broken, you know? What is this shit? Oh, it's dragons. Dragons are important. So the best dragons, okay, so the thing with dragons is that dragons change, like, they're not always, like, they buff and nerf dragons, so it kind of depends, like, in what patch you're playing. But right now, I think the best dragons are, like, Mountain and then Arcane, right? Right, chat? Those are the best. I think. Like, Mountain is for sure #1. Like, 100%. No, Inferno's not good. Inferno's not good. No, what's the fucking blue thing called with the gates? Hextech. Yeah. So yeah, right now in 12.18, it is Mountain really good and Arcane for fucking Hextech really good. So like those drakes are good like standalone drakes. So if you see that there's a like, the first drake of the game is Mountain, you should prioritize that. If the first drake of the game is Cloud, you don't care, right? So that's, you just need priorities, right? And the general thing is like, if you wanna like get Soul, then you should get Dragons ASAP. Like basically either one, you take every Drake on spawn and you get like Soul around like 20-50 minute mark-ish. Or you don't go for Soul at all and you focus Blades and Herald instead, right? Right? Does that make sense? Like, I see a lot of people, they will like do a Drake in 10 minutes and then like they never get Soul because they just wait for Drakes. And then like instead of getting plates or getting kills, they just waste their time with Drakes. And this is especially like important now because Drakes are like hella tanky, you know? Like it actually takes a lot of time from a lot of players to do Drake now. So a lot of times like they just debate it. Like chat, how many fucking times do you guys play League right now? Like you're playing League and you're like bot lane and mid lane, right? And then your fucking disgusting jungler does Drake and you're like, the wave is fucked for you, you know, the wave is pretty bad for you. And then this motherfucker pings you to top all the time. He's like, wait, help me with Drake. And then you're like here, and then you have to decide whether you should fuck your jungler by not coming, or like fuck your wave and like lose XP for no reason, you know? Like that's what I mean, like Drakes are so bait right now. Like they're hella bait, man. I always push the wave first. Like, it's so fucking annoying to play, man. Like, it's so annoying. And then, if you don't come, then your jungler will most likely tilt and be like, what the fuck, man? Send the support and play smart, not die. Yeah, that's like the best idea to do, honestly. But Drake, I mean, Drakes are important. They still, like, they are a major part of League of Legends right now. And it is extremely important to understand when and which Drakes to actually focus in every meta. So you have to like constantly look that up. But I think it's an easy fucking thing. It's not hard. It's not like gonna take a long time to learn, you know? But I do think that objectives are also important. Like they're always important. They really are. Where the fuck is Herald? Where's the Herald? But I think Drakes are... Actually, I think S tier. I don't think they're quite double tier. Like I said, I think they're bait. A lot of times they're a bait. A lot of times. Baron is for sure more important. What is this fucking thing? CSing? Last hitting. But that's kind of like CSing though. I feel like we can really do that. Let me think.
Shut down.
Yeah, no, that's CSing. Same thing. Okay, chat. This thing will be Herald. Okay, it's Herald. Herald right now. So Herald is really, really fucking good pre-14 minutes. Before 14 minutes, Herald is fucking insane. Because then you're guaranteed to get like 2 or 3 plates, right? Or even potentially a tower, right? Especially if you play Belveth. Especially as Belveth. And the only time you should ever do Herald after 14 minutes is 1, if there's a shutdown on it, you know, like the fucking like bounty, or 2, if that's like the bounty. True. I mean, yeah, it gives a lot. It gives money now. If you're mega ahead, you should do Herald after 14. Yeah, you should still do it actually. Yeah, true. Yeah, you should still do Herald. Actually, it's just good now. Yeah, especially open mid. Like, dude, holy fuck, dude. Chat, bro, when I play low elo games, like below diamond, do you know how many fucking games my team, they go mid lane, right? And the enemy has like a Sivir or Victor or like some wave clear champ. And then they stand mid lane when Herald is up, man. Like, legit, all you have to do then is just push mid wave and then get vision, do Herald, and then get mid turret with Herald. Like, Herald is like literally, that shit is like, that's the only existence in this fucking thing. Like, that's how you beat Anivia, that's how you beat the champs. Get Herald, get mid turret, you know. It's like hella good. It's also great to get second Herald in 90 minutes for a top laner. I can see bot like, will you do Nash and do the Nash dance? That's true, that's also smart. Herald has a lot of uses. Herald is really strong, gives a lot of plates. It is really good for opening the like, jungle camps and opening the map for roaming, and also making them not able to get as much freedom in the game. So it's very good. Now, obviously, if you play against Bard, be careful, bro. Oh my god, man, the amount of fucking people, bro. Like, if you have like a team, you know, you're like chilling here, and then your jungler takes Herald, right? Then he has a Bard, and then he goes mid lane, and then you ping him off, and you're like, you type in chat, don't put Herald, then Bard. And then he still puts it, and then Bard just ults the turret, and then Herald loses. If you play against Bard, be really careful about putting Herald, because he can... Oh yeah, double. Herald. I think, chat, do you guys agree that Herald is better than Drake's? You guys agree? For solo queue especially? 100%. Like, Herald, like, legit, man. It gives so much gold, so much fucking freedom. It just gives so much pressure. Like, dude, I mean, look at my fucking matches right now. Today, 16 minutes, 24, 21, 11, 18, 15, 16. Like, games nowadays are really fucking short. Maybe not that short in low elo, but especially in high elo, they're very short. So it's like Herald is really good for snowballing, so it's very strong. Sweeper. I mean, Sweeper is good. I mean, it's like, you know, like, it's not really a fundamental. I think it's just like, it's the same with like control word, you know, like you fucking build it. Like, honestly, I don't even know why we don't have blueprint in here. Like, we have trinkets, but not blueprint. Cringe. Let's just do this now. What is this shit? Pushing. I think it's slow pushing, no? Yeah, I think this is meant to be slow pushing, by the way. Or like slow pushing and pushing, I guess. Okay, so slow pushing is the most important thing in lane, for sure. Slow pushing just enables you to do everything. So like, in my opinion, like, you should always slow push if the wave is on your side. Like, there's just no way to do it. The only time to jump the wave is if you need to recall. Let me try to get my head collecting right now. So you go here, and then yeah, like if the wave is like anywhere here, you should always look essentially. The only time where you should hard shove if the wave is here is if you know that the enemy bottom recalled. Like, you're absolutely fucking certain about it. Like 100%. And you can be certain about enemy recalling if they're like really low HP or they have like a lot of money, but HP is the easiest like, way to go, you know? Because the problem with this otherwise, like the problem with shoving the wave when the wave is here and you're blue side, is that if you don't know if the enemy recalled, then you shove the wave and then the enemy's gonna sit here or something and like hide, you know? And then you shove the wave and the wave goes here, bam, 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 and you're like recall here, and then the enemy support or something steps out of the bush and then freezes the wave here, you know? So yeah, you should never shove the wave unless you're absolutely certain in that moment. But otherwise, usually slow push, slow push, slow push, slow push, slow push. Usually when the wave is like here, now this is the moment, like if the wave is anywhere here, then this is in the moment where you usually shove the wave. And you shove the wave for a few reasons. Like when you have a stacked wave like this, then you have prio. And with prio, that means you can do something on the map. Yeah, like you have like an action point. It is your turn to move. Like think of it like chess, right? Because the enemy bot lane has to stay here and last hit all of these minions. So you can do whatever you want. You can shove the wave, crash it, go recall. You can shove the wave, go Drake. You can shove the wave, get like deep vision, like vision here, right? Or you can even shove the wave and like fucking roam mid or something, or like help on fight. You have like an action point, if that makes sense. And this is what Forge is very important. So slow pushing is, in my opinion, the most important thing in these legends. If all you do is just perma-shove and perma-push, that's really bad. Because then you won't have stacked waves, which means that you won't be able to dive that much, you won't be able to really do anything. So stack the waves. For laning phase, it is doubly good. You need to do this. You need to 100% understand wave management in general. Wave management is something important, and all you have to do is just go to YouTube, Google wave management, and all of these videos are pretty good. Like these are good videos. Just watch these and you should understand like wave management. Let's finish the tiers and then I'm out. No more silver I guess. No more silver. I'm fucking tired. Chad, we won a lot of LP though today. Today's a good day. Alright boys, listen. Recall timers. Okay, listen. Chat, do you know what recall timers are, chat? Do you know? Okay, listen guys. Listen. Recall timers are the most important fucking thing in the entire fucking game. And when I say recall timers, I specifically mean gold and item timers, okay? Listen up, okay? Every champion has a few ideal recall timers. The best recall timers in League of Legends are these. First one, 450. Like around 450, very nice recall timer. Do you know why? And this is after the third wave, okay? Third wave, right? This is really good because now you can buy a cool. You recall, shove the wave, recall, buy a cool. Very good. It's called a cheated recall. This is good to do. I would do it almost in pretty much every game. The only time you shouldn't do this is if you are fighting in bot river or you're fighting somewhere and you need to be there. But otherwise, or like your jungler needs help with scuttle or invading, then obviously you should help him. Otherwise, we can do it. It's good. Now, especially playing like, nah, it's just good. It's just good, right? Now, the second best recall in the game for most champions is like 700, because then you get like double longsword or something like that, or like dagger or longsword or something. Like 700 gold is a really good recall, and then after that it's just like, it depends on your champion and it depends on the item that you're trying to get. But my idea and my point is that ideally you should manage the waves and you should set up your recalls to be around items, right? You recall around items, that's what you do. So for example, if you need, like let's say that you recall, so you recall, right? You recall, boom, you're in base right now. Now you buy your fucking items and then you go back to lane. Let's say you play top lane, right? And now you go in your shop and you're like, oh shit, I need whatever gold. I need 900 gold to finish my mythic item, right? Or like to finish my big item. So now you know what you need 900. So basically the idea is that you don't fucking recall. You are not going back to your fucking spawn until you at least have 900 gold for your mythic. And if you die before you get this 900 gold and you don't get this big item on your next recall, you are fucked. You are so fucked on so many levels. So make your recalls around items, and that's my point. Boom. do it. Fucking boom. Very, very important. This is something they can practice immediately. Because chat, how many times have you been in this spot? You're fighting right now, you died, and then you open your fucking shop, and then you're like, oh shit, I need 100 gold for my fucking rocket or mythic. How many times does that happen to you? And then almost every game that happens, you're fucked. You most likely will not win that game. Because it is such a massive fucking mistake. It is such a massive loss of tempo and just everything. It's really bad. It's really bad. So yeah, do that. Very important. Very important. I'm gonna kill. Now, okay. The other thing is the map. Chat, how important thing is the League of Legends? Actually, no, this is not even map. This is third planing. But I guess we can make it looking at map. Let's make it looking at map and third planing. Third planing are always important. We should always try to get as much third planing as possible with Herald or just slow pushing and then like waves and then getting to place, right? Especially when you do like Caitlyn or something like that. Map awareness is obviously like really fucking important. Like it is the game. Like you need to look at the map like every 3 to 4 seconds. Chat, how often do you guys look at the map? Because there's a thing that plays every. You can put on 5 seconds. You can just go on this, or you can even make it 4 seconds. I recommend 3 seconds. 3 seconds is a really good timer to look at the map. So all you have to do is just go on this and make this motherfucker repeat itself. Just have like a noise to like remind you to look at the map. So every time this sound plays, you look at the fucking map, and you try to understand what's happening around the map, right? Like ideally, I mean, I look at the map like every 1 or 2 seconds in most cases. Always look at the map. If you're not last hitting, if you're not fighting, if you're not actively doing something that requires attention, you should be looking at the map. Because then you need to see where the enemy jungler is, you need to see what the objectives are, you need to see what's happening on the map, you know what I mean? Very important to do. Okay, so the last thing I will go into, I will not do that. The last thing I will go into is strong set against weak set. Chat, how many of you guys know what strong set against weak set is? It's a bit of a concept. It's a hard concept. Like, I did not understand strong set against weak side, even when I was a challenger player. It was something that I started to understand when I got into competitive play. It is advanced stuff. So strong side against weak side. This is just the game. So basically, like in League of Legends, right? You have 5 players, right? And strong side and weak side depends on mostly your jungler in early game, but also your mid laner. But usually the jungler in like 95% of cases. So for example, if your jungler, like let's say you play red side, right? If your jungler is top side, like you know, anywhere here, right? And you're playing ADC, you're playing like support ADC, you're playing bottom, right? Then you're currently weak side. No. And you don't know where enemy jungler is. If you don't know where enemy jungler is, you have no information at all, then you're weak side. Because then it's a potential 2v3 bot lane, and then you should not fight, you should not lose HP, you should just not risk anything. All you should do is just wave clear, don't get dome. Like if the enemy has a big wave, try to reduce the wave so they can't dive you with the big wave, and just try to survive and don't fuck up, right? Now, if you see the enemy jungler top side as well, then you're even side. That means that you can do whatever the fuck you want. You're 2v2. You don't have to be scared of, or like, let's, you know, obviously, assuming that the enemy mid laner is also on the map, right? Like he's like mid lane or something. Like you see around the map, it's 2v2. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can, you know, if you want to choose fight, go. You know what I mean? And the opposite, if the enemy jungler is top side and you know that, and your jungler is bot side, then you're strong side. And when you're strong side, then you should be actively looking to trade, and you should be actively looking to make fights, and just fight a lot. Because let's say that your jungler is anywhere here, right? And you're fighting bot lane, and let's say that you go even trade, like you all fight, use summoners, whatever fuck, and then everyone in bot lane is like 200 HP, right? But that's a good thing, because you're strong side, which means that, like say, the enemy jungler is, and the enemy bot side is 200 HP, and so are you. That's good, because then your jungler can come and you fucking kill them, or like dive them, you know? But the opposite, if you're weak side, you shouldn't do this, because then they don't kill you. And it's also very important, this is from understand. Like I see so many fucking players, so many ADCs, They're weak-sided, their jungler's top-sided, they don't know where my jungler is, and then they fight bot lane, and they get like 1 HP, and then they fucking cry about jungle gap when they get fucking killed, or they die. But in reality, it's actually their fault. They just don't realize that. They're fucking stupid, you know what I mean? Very important. Very important. It is simple. Chat, do you think this is hard? Like these concepts? What do you guys think? It's very important. I mean, everything is important. Like, these are important. These are important. But again, it takes time. It takes patience and practice. But yeah, guys, that's it. That's it.
Nice timing. We just finished the video. What's up? What do you want, buddy?
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Okay, what was the ABBA preacher who?
Just the avid preach and Seiko thing.
Dude, I'm on a highway, bro. Send me an Uber.
I don't even know.
Dude, I went to AOC's rally and I missed her because she only stayed 15 minutes. She just got booed by everyone.
You guys boo her?
No, I didn't even get to see her.
What are you pulling?
I don't know. I don't really got friends, dude. You know?
Well, I mean, I can't help you.
No.
Yeah, I can't help you. I'm really feeling sad.
What's the topic, bro?
On the screen right now.
Yeah, well, what are you doing?
Like, trying to catch up on everything. Mr. Girl's interview with Blacko and Adam.
Okay. You know what's better than React is when you put Lavgoon and Mr. Girl.
Well, I think they're both beyond fucking signals.
Oh, it's got worse?
Yeah, they're pretty mad.
Okay. Well, your editor has to upload faster because I keep missing everything.
Well, he's working as fast as he can. Don't worry.
How much you pay him? He's really good.
A fuck ton, like 40% of my channel's revenue, so he makes bank.
Yeah, he's good with the hooks. The hooks are like really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like how he adds this little.
Thanks to Henson Shaving for sponsoring today's video. Throughout human history, much thought has gone into what alien life might look like. Sometimes they are depicted as grey-skinned humanoids with large eyes, sometimes as strange tentacle monsters. But ultimately, while this is an interesting question to consider, it's not really the most important one, for there is a far more pressing consideration we need to talk about if aliens actually do exist. Namely, if we encounter aliens tomorrow, what might we expect them to do? While this may seem like an idle question, our survival as a species might depend on us knowing the answer, because if aliens do exist, by the time they find us, it will be too late to consider it. By then, it might be too late to do anything at all. This is a question that determines our species' destruction, or maybe our salvation. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join with me today as we see what we should do when approaching the search for alien life. Because depending on the answer to this question, we have some vitally significant choices ahead of us as a species. And seeing as this is a question that scientists and political leaders are not yet considering seriously, let's have a go at it on this platform. For this video, I will draw on some of the ideas and knowledge we've explored so far in the other videos in this series, so if you haven't seen them, then you might want to check them out using the link above. If our speculations on the behavior of hypothetical aliens are to be useful to us, they need to be grounded in real observations as much as possible. For instance, we know that life can arise in the universe, because it did at least once with us. We know that we can see no signs of any other alien life, an idea we have considered with the Fermi paradox. So any behavior we look at has to line up with this fact. And we have considered how, when species evolve, form follows function. The same evolutionary imperatives that drive us likely would drive other species too. In all probability, everyone needs to eat or reproduce in one way or another, or they would likely all die out. So, although we don't know for certain that alien life is even out there, let's bring these ideas together. In doing so, we gain some revealing insights. To begin with though, let's hold up the mirror to ourselves. We are the only instance of life arising in the universe that we know of. The great human experiment of civilization has been going on for thousands of years and has produced many different types of society: capitalist, socialist, hunter-gatherer, nomadic, and theocratical, to name just a few. If we want to understand the behavior of alien civilizations, we need to consider societies. We thus have quite a few ideas to compare when considering how aliens might behave. Broadly speaking though, let's examine two great extremes and see how they might influence alien civilization. These two extremes are altruism and aggression, love and violence. Let's start with violence. While this may be a pessimistic starting point, it is sadly one we must consider, because as human civilization has developed throughout eras, different groups of humans
This house that you guys are looking at right behind me, we last looked at about 2 months ago, right over here in Surfside, Florida, and they originally started off asking almost 1.8 million when they first listed this house back in June, and then they did one price cut, brought it down to about 1.7. The place recently just sold on October 14th for $1,420,000, which obviously is significantly less than what they were asking. They took over $300,000 off of the asking price. So I'm sure the buyer feels like they got a pretty good deal here. But honestly, guys, when you look back just to July of 2021, the previous owner bought this same house for only $844,000. Who really made off okay here and who really did well? I'm pretty sure the person who just bought this house is going to be the one holding the bag. And it'll be interesting to see if they attempt to flip it once again, just like the previous owner. Now, I think since this is a mostly real estate-based channel, then it would be a good idea to make a 2023 housing market prediction video. And I have 10 predictions that I want to go over with you guys in today's video. And just keep in mind that these are just my own thoughts and opinions, guys. These are just based on all the things that we've been talking about here on the channel and where I think things are gonna go next year. Some of them might happen, some of them might not. So just keep that in mind. This is all just hypothetical what ifs. So my first prediction is that inventory across the board all over the country is going to continue to go up. So for the longest time, we've had an inventory shortage during the pandemic boom of the housing market. And now we are already starting to see housing inventory slowly start to inch up. Now, we are not at pre-pandemic levels just yet as of October 2022, but I do think that at some point into 2023, probably by summer next year, then we will probably reach pre-pandemic levels of housing inventory, if not maybe even higher numbers, because we've had 8 straight months in a row this year of fewer and fewer home sales happening across the country. And if that trend continues and inventory slowly continues to rise up, then this is going to end up flipping the situation into a buyer's market probably by the middle of next year. Now, the timing on that could change, but based on what's happening right now, I think that's the direction that things are headed. The next prediction is interest rates are going to continue to climb. We have seen interest rates go from the beginning of this year to below 3% to now the average 30-year fixed rate, guys, is almost 7%. And like I said a million times, that's not really the average. That's just what they call the average, but it's not average at all because only premium borrowers get these 6.9% rates that they're offering right now. Most people are going to be much closer to the 8% range. And I think within the first quarter of next year, we're going to see average rates for most people be somewhere in the 9% range. Earlier this year, I predicted that by the end of the year, we'd be at 7 to 8% rates, and we're already there. So I think it's safe to say by the beginning of next year, we're going to see rates well into the 9% range. So you think the housing market's starting to cool down now? Just wait a few more months. It's going to continue to cool down, guys, because the Fed is going to continue with their interest rate hikes. And even though the interest rate hikes that the Fed does are not directly correlated to mortgage rates, it affects the 10-year Treasury bonds, and that's what ultimately determines where the 30-year fixed rate mortgages go. Some Halloween decorations with the Corvette. And I understand that this puts a lot of financial pressure on people that just need to buy a home for one reason or another. And honestly, I feel bad for you because I think that everybody should just be waiting it out right now. I mean, what's the rush? When we have this situation where everything is starting to get flipped upside down once again, I think it just makes sense to wait at least 6 more months and see what happens, guys, because I think in 6 months from now, we're gonna be looking at a much different housing market than what we're looking at today. My third prediction is that you're gonna see more and more buyers choose to wait out the market simply because of the dynamics we just talked about. As we continue to see interest rates go up, what happens is those interest rates do their job. And their job is to deter people from taking out loans in order to try to curb inflation. So you're gonna see these ultra high mortgage interest rates, scare away most people from the market. And also, to hit everything with a double whammy, you're gonna see people get scared to buy because as prices keep getting reduced across the board, a lot of people are gonna say, well, why should I buy right now? Interest rates are super high. Everyone's continuing to lower their prices. I'm seeing homes in my neighborhood getting sold for less and less, as the months go by. I mean, why should I buy now? I think it's gonna go lower. And that's exactly the mentality that many buyers take. Because when I started my real estate career back during the last housing crash, okay, I got my license in 2009. Things were still going down. The market was still crashing then. And a lot of the times what I would hear from a lot of my buyer clients is, I want to see what's out there, I want to look, but I'm not ready to buy yet because I think it's just going to continue to go down. And it did continue to go down for a little while, from 2009 to 2011, depending on which condo or which neighborhood, you would see prices go lower. There were some places that kind of held their value a little bit better than others. The more desirable buildings and the more desirable neighborhoods didn't get hit as hard because the demand was higher. You have more people willing to buy at that price and take the chance versus when you're trying to unload a less desirable property, people want it at the most bargain basement price that they think they can get it for. So I think overall, you're gonna see a lot of buyers wait this out. As you see the interest rates climb and as people see prices going down, those two things are enough to scare away a lot of people from taking a chance on the housing market. The next prediction is I think we're going to see less investors jump into the housing market in 2023 for a lot of the same reasons that we just talked about for regular home buyers, because obviously investors are looking to get the best return possible. And how do you do that? You buy the property at the lowest price possible, you get the best interest rate possible if you're financing, as well as the fact you want to be able to rent the property for the highest price possible. So investors are going to be looking for those opportunities, and you can probably bet that the investors that are going to be buying in 2023 are going to be making all kinds of lowball offers because they know they could be the ones catching the falling knife, so to speak. And if they're going to be the ones doing that, then they're going to want a nice deal and try to kind of mitigate their losses right up front in the form of a lower price, okay? But I think you're largely going to see a lot of investors wait it out to just see what's going to happen and see, are these going to be the best deals that we're going to get, or is it going to get even better? Because next year is definitely going to be the turning point for the market, and everybody's going to be kind of watching and waiting to see what's going to happen, including investors. And in speaking of real estate investing, this brings us to today's video sponsor, Honeycomb Insurance. If you're a landlord, you've probably seen your insurance cost increase more than once over the past few years. And this year, insurance rates are skyrocketing, especially here in Florida. Now, Honeycomb is a special insurance just for landlords, so this doesn't apply if you're just looking for homeowners insurance or renters insurance. Honeycomb caters specifically to landlords who need reliable, fast insurance on their investment properties, and Honeycomb is able to offer rates that are sometimes as much as 40% below most insurance companies. Traditional insurance carriers price policies based on a number of factors, the main one being them wanting to hit a certain loss ratio. This impacts you because, say if you live in Sacramento, for example, your premium might be compensating for losses that occurred in Austin, Texas. Your premium might even be covering losses occurring on auto insurance. Honeycomb focuses solely on landlords and rental property insurance. So that's one of the main differences between Honeycomb and other insurance companies. So if you're a landlord and you're getting crushed by these current insurance rates, go ahead and check out Honeycomb. I have a special link for everybody interested down in the description of this video. Now my next prediction kind of ties in with the last two, and that is more people are going to continue to look at renting because of the volatile housing price situation, especially when it comes to interest rates and people just not knowing what to do. And it makes more sense to jump into a lease for a year for a lot of people that are confused on which way to go, rather than bite the bullet too early on a property and then have buyer's remorse. And we've talked a lot about that on the channel as well. So I think a lot of people who are confused and are sick of the FOMO and are tired of seeing, the price go up, the price go down, not sure where the interest rates are going to go next, and all of these things, I think you're going to see a lot of those people just decide to call it quits and just rent for another year and see how it goes, because that's going to be the easiest way to kind of just be on the sidelines and see when might be the right time to buy. And honestly, we're already starting to see rent prices come down as well. I would say that into 2023, renters are going to be able to start getting better deals than they were able to get in 2022, which is also going to make renting look more appealing. Next prediction, are you ready for it? This is a bold one. I predict that 1 year from now, so we're talking October 2023, that home prices on average across the country, and there may be some outlier markets, but in general and on average, guys, I think home prices are going to be 20% lower a year from now than they are today. Now, I could end up being wrong on that one. There's a lot of things that could come into play that can change that, but at this current pace, at the amount we're starting to see property values go down about 2% a month, we're right on track to be there, essentially. Speaking of houses for sale,
this house just sold for $1.1 million after a few months of asking $1.3 million, and the previous owner bought it for $370K 10 years ago.
Looks like somebody's trying to get this house demolished, maybe. Got some kind of special notice in the yard. I'm just looking at simple math and the data that we have available to us right now. If we just look at the home prices going down, on average about 2% a month. 2 times 12 is 24, guys. That's 12 more months. So 24% decrease we could be seeing in a year from now. And I'm saying 20% just to be on the conservative side. So it will be interesting to follow up on this a year from now to see what actually happened. And like I said, I could be wrong. It could be worse. It depends on how bad this recession gets. And speaking of the recession, that ties right into my next prediction, which is that because I think that this recession is just getting started, by a year from now, the recession will be in full swing, and the economy in general is going to be much worse than it is right now. And we already see all these companies who are announcing they're going to be having layoffs over the next couple of months. So you're going to see a lot of people get laid off between now and the end of the year. And I think we could see even more layoffs going into 2023 as stock prices and share prices tumble and housing prices come down, and people, they're losing their stock market portfolio wealth. They're losing their home equity wealth. When everything kind of starts tumbling down like that, it just creates this domino effect. And that's when I think we're going to start seeing next year, unfortunately. Let me know if you guys are interested in seeing a video about the pros and cons of this housing crash that's coming, or this economic meltdown, if you will. because a lot of people say, oh, Michael, this is all bad news. I'm tired of hearing the bad news. But there's also positives to this too, guys. So let me know if you want to see a video like that. Next prediction. The cost of everything related to housing is going to continue to go up. And we're talking everything, guys. We're talking about utilities, talking about taxes, talking about HOA dues, we're talking about insurance rates, we're talking about repair costs or services you might need for your home. Think like pest control, termite services, lawn care, whatever. And on top of that, the materials that you're going to need for potential repairs on your home will also cost more as well. Because inflation is just starting to ramp up, and it seems to come in waves. I think we're going to see inflation continue to persist and be a big problem in 2023. And obviously nobody wants higher property taxes or higher HOA fees or higher insurance, but all these things need to be paid in order to own a property. And all of these things are going to continue to get way more expensive, and I know this firsthand because I'm going to make a full dedicated video about this, because we are seeing this happen right here in my condo here in Miami Beach. So I'm going to share that with you guys in a separate video. So I actually have proof that a lot of these expenses are going to skyrocket into 2023, and it's not just going to be exclusive to condo owners, it's going to be all homeowners are going to be experiencing these increases. Next prediction. Another reason I think the housing market will slow down is because since inflation and the recession will be in full swing in 2023, a lot of people are going to start prioritizing the basic things in life, like I need to provide food for my family, I need to keep the lights on, I need to keep the bills paid. The water bill is higher now, the natural gas bill is higher now. All these things cost more than they did a year ago, and I need to forget about looking for a new place to live. I need to worry about just keeping the one I have. And I think that's going to be the concern for a lot of people next year, especially because of the layoffs and the instability that we could see in the coming year. And when there's a lot of uncertainty, people kind of hunker down, which is the smart thing to do. Just like we saw as soon as the pandemic hit, you saw people moving and closed sales for real estate, everything come to a complete halt. And while I don't see this being quite as dramatic as that, I do think we're going to see the same general sentiment and thing happen among people who might have been thinking about moving now in 2022, but now that life just got harder and more expensive, they're just going to say, you know what? We're just going to stay where we're at and try to survive where we are, because things are already tough enough here. We have to save money to move. Moving's expensive. Probably costs like on average $5,000 for people to move, And if you're living paycheck to paycheck or having a hard time just affording the groceries or the electric bill, you're not going to be moving. Now, my final prediction is that by the end of 2023 and maybe even bleeding into 2024 is when we're finally going to start seeing the best deals start to come on the market, because after the recession is in full swing and the cumulative effect of everything that we just discussed is in full force, that's when you're going to start seeing the best deals. Because just think about it, guys. If my prediction comes true that prices are 20% lower and interest rates are still high like they are now, but there's a ton of inventory on the market, a lot more things for buyers to choose from, sellers have to get realistic with the asking price and can't get away with multiple offer situations and no contingencies and all that anymore, it's going to be a much better time for people to jump back in and look at buying. I'm not saying it's going to be the best time, but it's when things are really going to start turning around and looking more favorable for buyers in general. And people who have been patient and have been saving, keeping their credit score high and staying out of debt this whole time and just stacking away cash in order to make that purchase, I think that's when people like that are finally going to get rewarded by this time next year or into 2024, as the market just becomes more of a buyer's market in general and people have sort of accepted the new reality of where we're at with the economy and the housing market. So definitely share your thoughts and opinions on my predictions. Share a prediction of your own if you have one that I didn't mention already. I love hearing from you guys and what you have to say about it. We always keep a great discussion going down in the comments section. And If you want to make sure you always catch my next video, make sure you click the bell notification down below. And if you don't want to wait for that, check out my next video right over here, and I'll see you in the next one.
Just curve this, you would climb. Like, you've got to stop doing this. First Katarina here. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, I like electrocute here. I think it's essential. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just thinking about like movement speed or more item haste. I'm thinking like is Everfrost still good here into the Alawi is what I'm thinking, because there's a lot of mobility between Katarina and Lilia.
Everfrost is great here because your comp covers damage well.
Okay, then I'll go.
Look at your team.
Yeah, Zillion, Cho'Gath. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like we say Everfrost like we do no damage. We do plenty of damage.
Yeah, we do plenty of damage. Just into like these tanky ones, it's like it's not that consistent damage that's hitting them. And I find with Everfrost, it's much harder for me to kill the tanks. Whereas with Liandry's, it feels so much easier to just tear through that health bar.
Yes, but that's only if you're dealing with one problem. And in your case, I think you just need to provide more utility anyways. Because look at, like, you'll have plenty of damage. Cho'Gath will have none, but I think Kindred and Kai'Sa, you can make a pretty compelling argument that our damage mix is high enough and we shred through enough. That's where they should be fine. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Or stack. You can stack. Yeah, dude, your game is good. Just stop abandoning the laws of League randomly. Okay. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Like, you'll climb so fast. Just stop, like, doing the weird goober plays over waves. Give it a second. Yeah, make sure you guys are kind of butt fucking. I know it's gross, but you gotta do it, you know? It's League. Yeah, wait. Do not fucking show. I get anxiety, these noobs. Okay. This is so big. If they see us, it's depressing. If we get
just like somehow they put a wall here.
Yeah. Crash hook over the wall, and then we just get fucking obliterated. All right. Future reference, let her face check you.
Okay, just let her walk in.
Right. There was no rush there. Actually, you know what? No, I'm wrong, because she could technically throw a ward over. I don't think she could ever in that spot, but I think you're fine. Or maybe I'm nitpicking too much. I personally felt like she's never warding there because they obviously decided that you're not there, right? But they wouldn't be walking like that. All right, Lily is full clear jungler. You're very unlikely to get a gank from her. Katarina being respectful. Yeah, we're just chilling with her. Straight back behind the wave. You want to back up further next time. Too much free poke from minions. One auto. Good job. Could be pushing for 3 and get your level up on E. Now guard your minions. I'm like so willing to die for this fight. Like, because if we don't get this wave under, we're fucked anyways, right? Yeah. Good. Positioning's really good here. Now you kind of need to go for the hard shoving out if she doesn't play ball here with us on the push. Good play by her. Good. Let's get a reset as we get this under, okay?
Okay.
Out we go. Might be too close. We'll see. Ah, she won't do it. She don't have the balls. All right, let's get back out there quick. He's got a hard shove or she's stuck. What is going on under there? Tentacle porn?
Holy shit, buddy.
Why, did he not have flash? Did he not have flash? Oh, no, he does. He's got 3 kills. I mean, he's...
Mark?
Walk up and try to stop her back. Walk forward, walk forward, walk forward, walk forward, walk forward, walk forward. Find a Q. I highly doubt that, she backs fast enough. Holy shit! Oh my god. Alright, well. Guard your minions, I guess. Maybe she backed around the corner. We're watching that back before I leave today. Feels weird. Keeping her interested there feels really good to me because when she backs, I feel like she gets a pretty big spike on the reset there. Oh, she's so bad. Ignite. Early ignite. Yeah.
Jump.
Jump!
Okay.
That's fine. Execute. Nice. She gets the XP, but she misses this wave, so. All right, press B right now. Press B. Just press B. No need to walk. No need to do nothing. They can know we're backing. They can't kill you, right? It's a Lilia. She can't kill you. She's in poverty right now. She's impoverished. No. I would hold off. I get a point. No. Trying to not let you grab that fucking refill because I don't think it's necessary. Let's go.
Do you still want the pink?
No. I didn't want the pink at all. I honestly, I mean, 1 pink would be fine, I guess, but I didn't care much about that. We need our gold for our spike, and I just don't think... How's this guy ever going to poke you? That's what I don't understand. After you get 6, like, where's the interaction?
No, true.
Right, where's the interaction at?
You know, right.
You've done great so far without it, right? He roams, you are. You gotta get fucking plates here. Yes. He's gonna kill our whole team. He's counting me. She gets pentakill here. There's 2 people bottom. She still gets 5 kills. Did you know that?
Pretty much. That's how Katarina goes.
You think I'm kidding?
Oh, maybe
no.
not.
Not
Maybe
this time. Not this time. Not today, Katarina.
Seems like it. Seems like it's not the day
I
for
know.
Katarina. Playing things like the third Katarina played today.
Yeah. It's because they're going Conqueror when they're facing all squishies. No joke. Hold tab. They're misplaying. Yeah. Oh, I thought she went Conqueror. Oh, no. I guess not. Oh, she's just bad then, I guess.
One more way?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We're gonna auto and back it up, and then we're gonna get our lost chapter. I feel like this R came way too early, but maybe it'll be fine. You know your champ better than me. All right, let's reset. Good work. That's a kill, by the way. Because you got your oh, and by the way, if we didn't waste money on the refill, you'd have boots as well here.
Okay.
Probably.
Just remember, like, ask yourself, like, what is the trade? Like, how is he trading with me, right? If the answer is just he all-ins me, then why are we, you know, why do we feel like we need a refill? Especially if we have our passive too. Sir, pardon. It's a good idea. I don't hate it. Should try to pressure a little bit though. She's gonna tilt out. Get ready to shove next wave. Actually, no, she can't roam to top. She has no kill potential.
Bet she's gonna run.
Slow push and guard. Don't go crazy over the wave. Don't go crazy. Just relax, relax. You don't know where Lily is, remember? Oh. She's going through it. That's Q. The Q holds very nice. That's very smart. Now that we have the refill, we might as well use it yet. I guess going refill isn't that bad if we play the lane like this, where we're not just auto shoving, right? It's kind of tough because you don't have electrocute, so it doesn't feel great. I'd wait for next wave and then just crash it. She's being respectful enough. Careful, 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 careful. Now let's just go for the shove now. And then out we go.
Oh, I don't know.
That's minion. You're fine. You can't do shit. You stay up on the wave. We can't leave. Get up on the wave because we need a ward right now. Like you did. You know, this is a shove. This is a crash. I'd take a plate. It was too expensive for her. We have our flash. We have the wall. All right, you take the plate. Kite up river. Go now. Now. I didn't hesitate a little too much. No, you're good. I just lap around and make sure you get a safe back. You don't want to tease that. Yeah, see. You can stay in lane for one. I think for one shove. Yeah. Let her push, and then yeah, I like that. Like, put a ward over the wall to your left so you make sure you can see. He's shoving. Perfect. So you're just gonna walk up. All right. And then I press B. She's roaming to bottom a lot here, actually. Let's stay, in case she shows them wards. Stay. This is fine. This is also good too, because I don't want to lose a plate to her for no reason. Go with your mana. This is more about just farming here. Eh?
Yeah.
keep it, and then we'll stack the wave and crash it, okay? Back straight up, though. Don't put yourself in the lethal. All right, wait for the wave, and then we go for a hard shove. Hard shove. Careful, don't walk near her. Just shove and get us. Just shove and get us out of here. Yep. Run away. Perfect. Take your reset. She's gonna be mad as hell when you base here.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh no. I think there's only one other person that's not down. Crawl to your buddy. Yeah. But the funny thing, I threw that one person into the little thing, so they went into the storm.
Oh, the launch pad?
On the, like, the little, like,
Oh, yeah.
this thing. Little lift.
Nice.
Dude, 30-something kills.
Really?
I had 19, you had 15, 16?
17. Holy.
Yeah.
We should put that on YouTube, dude.
Running bot lobby.
Kill duo.
I don't know, man. I think people will know.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, man. Well, let me know if you want to hop on for a couple more after dinner, but if not, have a good night.
For sure, dude.
Legendary. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
All right, welcome back with your favorite millionaire. Now, your family is probably trash, right? That's why you clicked on this video. I'll give you a little secret. My family is trash too, okay? A lot of our families are very trashy, and we look around on TV and other people and think, well, why can't our family be fully functional? No family is really functional, I think, right? You don't choose your family. It's just a group of random people where familiarity is breeding so much contempt and everybody knows each other's peculiarities, their little idiosyncrasies, and it's just very difficult sometimes. But I wanted to make a video talking about this other YouTuber entitled Joshua Fluke, who's been talking about his family issues. I've been kind of following his story. You may know his channel, but this kid is crazy, okay, quite frankly.
I'll have wild, vivid dreams about my family, the drugs, lies, all of it, and I'll wake up in panic, just covered in hot sweat. You might be wondering, have you spoken to your family since? So for the most part, they're cut off.
No offense, but his family does sound insane. Okay, it's like this ultra-religious group of Midwest drug-addicted, cocaine-fueled, just totally manipulative and narcissistic group of people out there who are just extracting money from him. Okay, which is kind of different from mine. But even so, I have to say, my dad is like more insane than all of these people put together combined. Quick pause. This video is brought to you by myself, DeFiPro.dev. This is a new online course and community for decentralized finance. Decentralized finance is passive income, and I'm excited to share all of my learnings and experience with you in here. There'll be a link in the description below, DeFiPro.dev. Check it out. Okay, so we have to clarify that up in that Joshua Fluke is going around looking for this this beautiful, perfect family, and he's wondering why his family can't be like that. And I'm saying, no family is like that, okay? And so his family disowned him, but it's more like he disowned his family, and now they've just totally cut off communication between each other. And rather, I think his family has been trying to reach out to him to try to reestablish communications, and he's just blocked all communications.
I still get calls every blocking me. And the other day, one of them was left crying, Josh, I just want to talk to you, Josh. You're my firstborn son, Josh. And then proceeded to say, I don't know why you won't talk to me. I'm sorry for whatever I've done.
And instead he's going to his girlfriend and his girlfriend's family and saying that they're going to be his new family now.
And I stood next to HR lady and her family for everything. I said, you guys are family.
And here's the thing, you know what? Unfortunately, I already know how this whole thing's going to play out. The two of them are going to break up, okay? At some point, love fades over time. Very few relationships will last more than, say, 8 years or so in this modern day and age. You just have to put a lot of time and effort into this, and you end up back at square one where you're again surrounded by all these dysfunctional people, and then you're going to disown them or they're going to disown you, and at some point you're going to just be left alone. And so all of these people who are surrounding you, giving you these barbecues and all these gifts, that's kind of like the honeymoon phase. And once you get to know them, they're going to have requests from you too, whereas currently he's just receiving a lot of goodies from them, adventure packs and free food and whatever, right? Living space, kindness.
And her parents have been nothing but a blessing to me. They've never asked me for anything, but they do ask me if I need anything.
And so my warning is that this perfect family doesn't exist, and similarly the perfect relationships don't exist either. Rather, don't they say you have to build the ideal dream relationship? It is not something that is just given to you. You have to put in the work to build what you want. And if your relationships are not to your liking, I mean, you could try to work on it, build it up, go to group counseling or therapy sessions instead of abandoning it in search of greener pastures, which, I mean, maybe sometimes is the right call, but for me at least, the story I keep remembering is when my ex-wife threw me into jail, just out of the blue. Like, I didn't expect this at all. This was the person I trusted the most. She threw me into jail on domestic violence charges, and I was just routing in there. The person who came to my aid in the middle of the night to bail me out, who drove over there was my dad, right? It was my parents. They came over there to try to help me out. Even though my parents really weren't part of my life anymore at that point, I had this other fully functioning family. We should have been this unit. But when that goes south, you know, you're just a group of random strangers then who aren't connected by blood or anything. You know, when people decide they don't like you anymore, hey, they misjudged your character. It was just this mistake. They should never have gotten to really know you. They shouldn't have talked to you in the first place. And they just grab whatever stuff that you have on the way out because they feel that, hey, they deserve it. They put in some time into this whole thing and they're just going to take what they can from you. And you're just like another stranger to them, like a colleague, like an old boss, like an old high school friend or someone you don't really want to talk to anymore, and you just block them on social media. And in that scenario, who has your back? Your blood family, right? And that is, I think that's what family is a group of people who always have your back in any case. Even if you don't really get along with them very well, somewhere in the very back of everybody's minds, deep down, people are still backing each other up. And so my 2 cents is that, yes, blood is thicker than water, because even though your friends, they're very fun to hang out with, and your friends may spot you for a meal here or there, they may cover you for like a concert or something even. Is your friend going to give you their house? Like this $1 million house? Is your friend going to do that for you? Very few friends are actually going to do something to that level, and yet your family might actually do that for you. And what your friend is going to do is they're going to start tallying up your bill on Venmo and ask you to Venmo them back, and they're going to keep track of these tabs and little charges. Whereas your family, they may not care after a while. They're just like, yeah, whatever, right? They've already given you hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of their time, effort, and actual money probably in raising you and just taking care of you and all the time spent with you. Now, I believe in Joshua Fluke's story, I believe his grandfather said, hey, life is short, let's just get along.
Just condescending letters that don't acknowledge anything or anyone. It says, hey, life is short, come visit us, live a life you don't regret.
Right, like, let's just forget about it, let's just move forward. And Joshua Fluke wanted this grand apology.
Even my parents said some basic form of sorry. But you still don't have the balls to do it.
And he wanted people to admit fault. He wanted to cast blame. And I think his grandfather's response is actually far more mature, which is like, you know what, let's just move forward without casting blame. Without admission of fault or blame, let's just move forward because life is too short. And let's just have a good time. And so I think the problem is a lot of us go through life demanding apologies from certain people, and we can't forgive them until we get such an apology because we blame them for certain actions. And that's in our perspective of the world. But you know what I think, there is no right or wrong. Rather, history is written by the victor. Whoever wins, usually in the end, gets to rewrite history to say that they were right all along. And so that's the first thing. I don't know if I believe in right or wrong. And the second thing is, you know, you may be holding this grudge, but there's this nice quote, never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity. Like, a lot of people are just plain stupid. Once you accept and acknowledge that your family may just be stupid, right? Incredibly dumb people who are not functional and irrational, then it becomes a fool's errand to try to demand an apology from stupid monkeys, right? Your family is probably 3 generations long, right? You've got old people who have no awareness of the modern era. You've got younger people who are very stupid and not mature themselves. It's just this whole combination of people who have various strengths and weaknesses. And so when you're hiring, for example, at big tech companies, they train you to look at strengths. It's called strengths-based hiring. You recognize you have certain strengths, certain weaknesses, and for the weaknesses, maybe, for example, some people are bad at math or computers, and that's okay as long as you find other people to help fill up those skills for you. But generally, I think it's a mistake to just focus on other people's weaknesses because we all have these weaknesses. But anyways, going back to this grandpa's point, I really like the idea of not going back to the past. Don't revisit that because it's not worth going back to, right? It's like, it's just this jumbled mess of irrationality. And I would say, just move forward. Try to enjoy life while you can, because it is so short with these people who you don't have much time with, because they're not going to be around forever. You know, old age catches up to all of us very quickly, and when that comes, you might just regret, hey, you spent that time hating and filled with negativity and toxicity instead of just trying to have a nice time with everybody while you can. Now, in addition, I was horrified to learn that our good old friend Joshua Fluke is going to therapy now.
Are you going to therapy? Yes. And I have some books that I work through as well.
You know, therapy raises a lot of red flags in my books. I believe Andrew Tate also dislikes therapy, generally because in the old days we didn't go to therapy. It invents a lot of problems, and it makes these problems real.
Be a millionaire, do things quickly. Action wins. Therapy is not action. Therapy is sitting and crying and complaining. Talk is not action. Chit chat isn't action. Is it, Julie?
Right, the more you journal, the more you think about the past and these things, the more they become real and bigger things in your mind. Whereas if you just let it go and move forward, try to have a nice time, focus on action, then I don't know if you necessarily need to go back and revisit dark moments in your past and history that really don't need to be analyzed. The more you analyze, the more you find, yeah, nothing makes sense in the world. It doesn't make sense. It's just pure chaos out there, and people are just really stupid people sometimes. And if I were to take the liberty here to psychoanalyze Josh, I would say that deep down inside, he fears that he belongs with his family, that he's no different than any of them. And so therefore, he's trying to create boundaries and separate himself to elevate himself above that.
We aren't the same people anymore.
And this need to be better than them, in which he makes it clear that he says that they don't deserve to get to talk to him.
Why should you be allowed to know? Why do you deserve a slice of space in my life now?
And that's as if simply to get to know a little bit about his life is a reward and prize in and of itself. I wouldn't think so highly of myself, it's like, I'm not going to charge you so that you know about my life. In fact, I would be flattered and honored if anybody wants to know about my life, and I want to know about their lives as well. So it's a mutual relationship, and ideally, I would say relationships are not so much about what you can get out of other people, what they're giving you, but rather what you're giving to others. Because I would say, for example, love, I would define that as wanting to see the smile on the other person's face, right? That's giving. It's not about how much value you can extract from this other person to better your own life. That's purely selfish. So I don't think it's going to bring you much fulfillment at all. When all you're focused on is what you're getting out of other people, rather that's going to bring a lot of disappointment when they're not able to meet your expectations. So overall, my breakdown of the situation, not that anybody asked for my analysis, is that Joshua Fluke's family rises together and falls together. They're this unit, right? And maybe it just so happens that at the moment, his family maybe is having some rough times. They're drug-addicted animals, and they're just totally insane and crazy, and it's like they're these Midwest hicks. And they see Joshua doing pretty well, and they're thinking, hey, maybe you should contribute back to the family so that we rise together and fall together. They just want everybody to have a nice time, right? They want Joshua to be doing well. They want themselves to be doing well. They want everybody to do well because they're family. And look, most families are highly toxic because people are too close for comfort. And the reason that they anger you so much, the reason that anything they say, whatever they think, just angers you so much and you can't even bear to be in the same room with them sometimes, is because you care about them. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. This is why when you're with strangers at the supermarket, you just don't care what they say, what they think. They can say anything to you and you just don't even care. Whereas if a family member were to say this, you care because you're not indifferent to them yet. You know what they say about dogs? They forgive you, but they never forget. So for example, if you step on a dog's tail, it's going to forgive you right away, still going to love you, but the dog will never forget that, and it will just maintain some distance to manage itself, to protect itself. So it's really about managing your relationships with other people rather than just cutting people off, because all of us are deeply flawed people, right? Maybe just maintain a little bit more distance, keep the conversation topics lighter, talk about the weather or something like that. And look, here's the thing. A lot of people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, or even above think that they're fully grown, capable human adults who have nothing more to learn, that they're just great at everything. But the fact is that managing people relationships is one of the final frontiers of personal growth, which many people never even really get to, right? So like, it's a very difficult skill that you really start to learn once you reach full maturity, and many people don't do that. And if you're up to the challenge for some personal growth, you can try to learn this skill of people management. And if you do, you can even become a very effective people manager to achieve better results with some teamwork, because there is value in a network. And ultimately, I would say that hate is a luxury that success cannot afford. All right, so if you too have a dysfunctional family, I would view that not as a problem, but perhaps as a learning opportunity to challenge yourself to grow in interpersonal skills. Without that for me, hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. See you in the next one. Thanks, bye.
So what's your goal, my friend?
Welcome to Sunset.
Android versus iPhone, which is better for millionaires? And so I have here two devices. This is the Pixel 7 Pro All New, and then this is an older generation iPhone 12 Pro. So I've been using the iPhone 12 Pro as my main phone, and I've been doing my best to switch over to this new one, the Pixel 7 Pro. And you know what? I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can switch over to Android. There's a number of issues that are still I'm working through with here, and maybe you guys can help me understand how to use the Android properly. But let's get into the issues that I'm trying to solve, and if Google's watching, maybe you can file some bug tasks for this. Now, number one is file transfer. I can't figure out how to transfer files off of this Android device whenever I take photos, videos. I connect this to the computer, no files show up. Whereas with the iPhone, when I connect this, all of the files just show up and I can import directly into Lightroom. Or even easier, I can use AirDrop and just transfer the files wirelessly over to my MacBook Pro. With the Android, it's not really clear how I can move files across. I think what I'm supposed to do is upload these photos through Google Photos to the cloud over Wi-Fi. But you know, upload speeds are pretty slow, especially if they're large video files. I just want the files on my computer fast. And so after some research, I found there's this program called Android File Transfer. You can download it onto your computer, then you connect it, and then you have to go into your phone and go into the settings to enable file transfer over USB. And then you can download the files over onto your computer. You have to drag and drop them. It still will not directly import into, like, say, Lightroom. And the problem is every time you connect it, you have to re-go into your settings to enable this. And you know, I saw this weird tip where people say you could go into developer settings and just automatically enable USB file transfer, but that's also this massive security issue, right? Because then anybody can pick up your phone, transfer all of the files onto their computer just by plugging it in. And so look, I can't have it every time I want to download photos and videos from my phone. I have to go into my settings and figure around with this stuff. And I can't just rely on Wi-Fi uploads. You know, sometimes I'm in these hotels with really poor internet connectivity. The upload speeds are really bad, and I have a huge video file recorded on the phone. Maybe I did a vlog. How do I bring it onto my computer to edit that? And so I saw this other website here called snapdrop.net as well, kind of like an AirDrop replacement, but the speeds are just really slow compared to using AirDrop. So for now, I've settled on having to connect by wire and then fidget around in the settings to enable USB data transfer, but I really wish there were a better solution than this. Now, issue number two I've noticed is the notifications are delayed, and sometimes the notifications just don't show up even at all. So this is kind of an issue for millionaires such as myself, because I do rely on communications and notifications. I don't like to miss my messages if possible. Whereas, I don't know, maybe if you're not doing high priority work, you can miss a few messages here and there, and it just doesn't really matter. But I found that sometimes even email notifications, they just, I don't know, they glitch out. They don't necessarily come in. The notifications usually seem to come in slower. I think it's because Android has to do data pulling or something like that. I'm not really sure. And then the other thing I noticed, on the lock screen, your notifications get grouped up together in batches, and it's just really easy to miss them. Whereas, you know, on the iPhone, you can get them unbatched and just scroll through whichever notifications you had. And so for me, I found that using the Android, notifications just seem easier to miss. And I'm kind of scared that I might miss one, especially if they don't come through. And the notification dots on the app icons, I find they're white, which is really hard to see. All right, now using these phones on the cameras, the third thing I noticed is that for some reason the Pixel is doing a lot of face smoothing on that, and I don't know if there's a way to turn that off. And I guess my face looks better with all the smoothing, but it's also kind of an artificial, blurred, bloomy kind of look. And apparently this was something Gerald Undone noticed as well.
There's a softness going on. Like, we've gotten some mushy face when we're outside. Like, literally, if you look at this frame, why does it feel like the trees are perfectly sharp and crispy, and you're almost like foreground blur?
Yeah, it's like, not to mention, when I go through the Photos app, it's very difficult actually for me to figure out which of these photos are backed up to the cloud and not. Like, there's no icon or anything, so I don't know which of these are on my device and which are not. Maybe everybody on Android just automatically back up everything to the cloud, and that's just simpler if everything's backed up. But, you know, I take a lot of heavy media files, video files, and I don't want to back all of that stuff to the cloud because it's just going to eat up all the data and slow down my connection. Now, issue number 4 is a pretty serious one, and that's the scroll tab, where, you know, sometimes I'm just scrolling through here. I like to scroll, hold, and I find that on the Android, sometimes it just automatically taps whatever I was scrolling. There's a lot of mistaps where as I'm scrolling, trying to just stop the scroll, it also taps when I'm doing that. And, you know, these mistaps, they're kind of scary, right? Because I don't know what I'm tapping on as I'm logged into some of these devices. What if I accidentally buy or sell a stock? And the scroll tap behavior is inconsistent across various apps and even UI elements within apps. Maybe I just need to get used to the Android way of scrolling, which is not to scroll and hold, but to kind of just pan around. All right, now the 5th issue, face unlock. I wish Android had better support for face unlock because I log into a bunch of different apps and services, and every time I need to authenticate in, on the iPhone, I just automatically get in. On the Android, however, even though there is face unlock, it's kind of not super secure, so they still like to do biometric fingerprint unlock on a lot of these apps. So the fingerprint unlock, it just slows me down as I'm navigating through a bunch of different apps. I mean, I could go through 7 to 10 different apps in a minute, and I have to keep authenticating through each one. All right, now the next issue is, maybe it's just ecosystem lock-in, but if you're using like a MacBook and you've got an iPad, and you know, Apple has quite a strong stranglehold in the laptop and the tablet department, so a lot of people have these devices, and then if you have that, it's kind of a more seamless transition to also have an iPhone as your phone device, such that all the UI elements and apps work similarly, and you can even get handoff and AirDrop features. And so, for example, if I'm on my MacBook and I just copy a piece of text, I can go over to my phone and just paste it, and it's seamless. Whereas on the Android, you have to, I don't know, copy and paste that into a saved file or message that piece of text back to yourself, something like that. I've also noticed when I go to hotels and connect to Wi-Fi hotspots, I only need to connect on one device, and then it can sync that password to your other device. And so maybe some part of that is just the ecosystem lock-in that Apple has to make all of their devices kind of seamless to use across one another. Not that that big of a deal though. And then the next part is software. I've noticed that there's a number of issues with the Android software. One is that the backslash just seems to be more janky. Like when I'm in the Twitter app and I want to access the sidebar, the animation is just janky. It just comes in right away, whereas on the iPhone you can slowly pan in that side menu. And then Android also has this back arrow navigation gesture that seems to kind of conflict with the various other UI gestures. And so just for example on Twitter, if I swipe from the edge, it just exits the app. Whereas on Discord, if I were to do that, it actually opens up the side menu. And then if I were to do that swipe again, then it exits the app. And I think the reason is that this back arrow navigation just shouldn't have been in there in the first place. It's kind of hacked in later on, but you know, the more natural gesture is to just swipe from the middle of the app and then you can get the smoother animations. And then there's just these little things like, for example, I can't adjust the brightness of the screen without swiping down from the top twice. Whereas on the iPhone, you can just do it once. It's one less finger gesture. The volume, you can't really adjust it just using the screen. You have to actually use these buttons. So, you know, oftentimes I'm listening to a podcast or something, and it's just kind of difficult to adjust the volume using a simple swipe or touch. You have to go into these buttons, and these buttons can be difficult to press sometimes. On the iPhone, you can just do a few finger gestures for that. On the Gmail app, I'm swiping to dismiss messages all the time, and the animation is just slower on Android for some reason. It feels a little bit sluggish that way. You know, the idea that you have to link your Google account to your phone in order to just use the features on your phone just feels a little bit, I don't know, paranoid to me, because what if, for example, I get cancelled and Google locks me out of my account, right? Then can I still use my phone? You know, some of these apps, I don't know, they feel just a little bit second rate on Android. Like for example, the OkCupid dating app, the pictures are low resolution for some reason on Android. It's just a low resolution. I can't see these people. Faces are blurred, features are undefined, and there's just this crop in some of the pictures, and I'm not sure why they do that. Maybe the QA testing team just isn't paying as much attention over there. And I also want to bring up these app groupings on the homepage. What I like to do is open up a grouping and then go through each of the apps in there, like my social grouping. But on Android, it automatically closes this group every time I access an app, so I have to do an extra button tap to just get back into this group. And then on the Android, why is it that when I swipe left from the home screen, I get taken to a bunch of news articles? Whereas like, I don't read this news, and there's a bunch of gossip tabloid rags that, like, this isn't what I'm looking for. Whereas on the iPhone, I can get that to show a list of widgets that I can customize to my liking. I can see the weather, some reminders, some time zones that are important to me, instead of this gossip magazine that, like, why would I want to see this? And so those are some of the issues I'm currently struggling with in switching over to use an Android device more. Although I will also comment that, you know, some of these are just productivity focused things, and we don't all have to be maximum productivity workhorses, right? So what if it takes you an extra second or two to transfer files, or to copy and paste something, or to authenticate into an app using fingerprint unlock instead of facial unlock? And despite me still trying to get used to the Android devices, there are some clear wins for this. For example, the screen is really nice and big. Typically, the hardware is going to be much better for the price point. And so I can imagine, depending on your personal usage case, any of these devices may be the one for you. Like if you're watching a lot of YouTube videos and TikToks, then maybe you want the one with the bigger screen, and you don't care about, like, say, face unlock or having clean integration between your MacBook and your phone, if you even have a MacBook for that case, or an iPad or something like that. But let me know, what are your thoughts? Android versus iPhone, which do you prefer? See in the comments below. And if you like the video, like and subscribe. See you in the next one. Thanks, bye.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
What's up guys and welcome back. So I'm going to be walking you through a game of Smite Teleport Support Scion, and this is a game where it actually worked really well and there was extremely good synergy between the jungler and myself. Obviously this strategy is going to work optimally if you're really good at timing jungle camps, and a great way to get better at that is by just playing it over and over until you pretty much instinctively know when these camps are coming up. Or you can just take a shortcut and install the sponsor of today's video, which is Professor.gg. Throughout this video, you're going to see me using it. It's really a no-brainer when it comes to the strategy and just playing the game in general. It tracks both your team and enemy junglers' camps. You can even track their stamina spells. I mean, there's also a bunch of other great features that we're not going to go into in this video. But if you do decide to try out this strategy, highly recommend you download Professor. Use the link in my description. Helps out the channel. Everyone wins. Let's get into the video. First off, jumping into the game, you can see that I pick up the jungle item, not the support item. I go for the blue smite for the slow. I also pick up a control ward, a potion, and a sweeper. I then ping the living shit out of my team to make them follow me into an invade, because the problem is the enemy team isn't stupid. They see that I'm running smite, they see I'm running teleport, so they're going to be trying to stack the bush, right? So we head down to the bot lane, and you see me sweep from the bush. We end up clearing a ward. Every time you get 3% clearing that ward, 3% experience, and this is actually super important because if we kill a jungle camp, it's going to give us level 3 immediately. I then lead my team into the enemy red side jungle. The goal here is to get some vision onto the enemy buff or jungle camps. The more wards, the better, quite honestly. I'm trying to get an understanding of where he's starting and how to rotate around the map. My Rek'Sai was offering for me to take his blue, but that's not what we want to achieve with this strategy. I'm trying to take gold away from my opponent. I want to take gold only away from my enemy jungler. I don't want to be putting my jungler behind in any way possible. You'll never see me take a camp that I think my jungler could potentially take. In this particular situation, Kha'Zix runs straight from his red buff to his blue, crossing through the control ward I put down. So I attempt to not use my smite on this camp. If he had come straight to me, I'd obviously smite it, but keeping the smite up as an option to then steal the blue after makes a lot more sense to me. A big thing to note is that we wouldn't be level 2 in this instance if we didn't clear that ward out with the sweeper in the bot lane. And I'm clearly using that edge that we got from it to bully out the Kha'Zix. I'm pretty much running interception. You see me attack that blue with no intention at all of taking it. I'm only pulling it so that he can't pull it into the fog of war and potentially take it. So if I pull it, it's going to reset. It's purely wasting his time. Every second we waste of Kha'Zix means that our jungler, Rek'Sai, is getting ahead because I know he is farming. At this exact moment, our Rek'Sai has killed 3 jungle camps and the enemy Kha'Zix has only killed 1. I'm still in the process of figuring out the best strategy when it comes to Smite Teleport Scion, but what I've realized is what this Rek'Sai did here was extremely smart, allowing me to take the blue and the Gromp, giving me level 3. It's so important for this strategy because if he takes that camp there, I end up underleveled, and the way you should be thinking about it is, because I think most junglers are going to be thinking that if they take that, they're denying the enemy jungler. But realistically, I'm taking that anyway. So the sooner he just runs over and secures his side of the map, the sooner we're taking more from the enemy Kha'Zix. So what that Rek'Sai did there was extremely smart. I was thinking about recalling and teleporting to bot, but Scyther was holding the lane quite fine, and this would be the best chance for her to catch back up in terms of experience / gold. So I figured maybe it's best if I just walk mid, and what you see me do is the same thing I was doing with the Kha'Zix. I'm purely stalling, denying Fizz the opportunity to go and push his wave in, just wasting his time, honestly. Such a small thing that makes a huge impact. You'd be surprised how much these tiny experience edges help solo laners. It's so funny watching the Kha'Zix walk to his blue side knowing you took every single camp there. Do you know he's just walking into nothing? Oh yeah, I totally forgot to mention that in the lobby, post-game, you should be letting your ADC and even your team know that you're going to be doing this strategy, allowing your ADC to pick a champion that they feel comfortable enough to 1v2 in. Notice how I take as much gold as I can from the Kha'Zix and then leave him with a tiny minion unit so he doesn't get the camp reset, because I don't think I'm going to be killing back to the camp again. I also want you to take note of how I end up rotating to my Sivir in these early levels, trying to help him reset the wave. I know I'm putting my ADC back in terms of gold very early in the game, so it's important that we keep him in the mix because he's going to actually end up getting experience advantage overall because I'm not in lane. And that's how he's going to make up that gap and eventually take a lead. But that can be denied if you just let your ADC completely get wiped out. It's important to hover and secure the lane. As I mentioned in the game, my teleport is purely for level 1, trying to take a different side of the map once I die during my initial cheese. Also, after that point, it's purely for trying to defend my ADC if he gets dosed. That's what it's there for, and it's important to let your ADC know that's the goal of it. This is something that I've noticed a lot. Once you're creating significant amount of pressure on the map doing this strategy, and I assume people start complaining in chat on their team, the enemy support tends to follow. He tends to try and help his team, which leaves your ADC and the opponent's ADC in a 1v1. But the problem for them is that we should already have an edge just being Scion. We should be more useful in these situations, not only because we're running Smite, but because we have CC, we have our passive, and a lot of the time we're going to have a level advantage. Additionally, your ADC is going to have that level advantage because you started roaming significantly before the enemy support did. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have used my teleport there, but at this point in the game, I'm confident that Scyther isn't going to be Tower Doe. It's quite safe, bigger than the opponent, but I got punished anyway, so it is what it is. We are so far ahead. Rek'Sai can easily 1v1 the Kha'Zix because we've taken almost every camp he's got. Now, look at my experience buff. Look how quickly I can get to level 6 and then use my level 6 to potentially go and gank bot lane or whatever. All this is happening while on the other side of the map, Rek'Sai is just completely demolishing that Kha'Zix. I thought there was something so funny about me gifting away Rek'Sai even though it's just out of that so bold. Rek'Sai's on the top side of the map. He's not been coming to blue side for a very long time. We've pretty much divided the map in half, except we get an additional jungle quarter. I always see the question, like, how come when I play Scion, I'm so useless with my passive? And this is why. See how I know I'm going to die, and I position myself in a location that doesn't benefit the enemy. They're like getting pushed into a cove, and they have to run all the way around it. That benefits our passive quite a lot, and it sets them behind. That's the goal with this play here. So basically, if you know you're going to die, position in a spot that benefits your team. The enemy get put into this awkward position where they're playing a 2v1 lane, they're getting pressured by their team, asking them why they're losing that 2v1 lane. So they end up overextending quite often, and you could really use that to your advantage if you work together with your jungler. And that's what we do here. The Rek'Sai and the Scion flank the enemy bot lane and pick up the easy double kill, because really, how are they going to get away? We've got 2 smites. I'm running chilling smite. I've got my E, I've got my ult, I've got my Q. I mean, there's no escape. Another important thing to remember is the runes that we're running. We have a stopwatch, we have demolish. In this example, the demolish is what we're using. So you should always be trying to proc demolish every time you help a lane. Like if you gank him, try to get that demolish proc. But further explaining this is try to take advantage of the runes that we've picked. We've got Futures Market. You saw me take advantage of it by buying the boots early. I have a stopwatch, which means I can tower dive around level 6 and get a free kill if you play it correctly. And then the demolish, I mean, the list goes on. It's just important to make sure you're utilizing all the things that we've chosen. There's not too much I can teach you about the build in the remainder of the game, but what we're going to do is turn it into a little montage, and I'm going to show you just how few camps this Kha'Zix managed to get over the course of the remaining of the game. Spoiler, he barely kills any. I don't think he gets a single one. And there you have it, the 110 Kha'Zix who could barely farm all game. Poor dude. Taking a look at the gold distribution is actually quite interesting at the end of the game. So as you can see in this game, we managed to get a tiny gold lead comparatively to our opponent, the Yuumi. So she stayed in lane and I was roaming. But where the biggest difference is between the two junglers, which is pretty obvious, I imagine. Most importantly, between 3 and 5 minutes, Rek'Sai already has 1,000 gold lead, which is insanity. And that gold difference is basically me taking the gold away from Kha'Zix. When we compare ourselves to Kha'Zix, you can even see that I'm even slightly ahead of him in gold. And then last but not least is the ADCs. As expected, Sivir falls behind in gold in the early game, but that doesn't take into account the gold advantage she would have in levels. So it'll be about even overall. That's all that we have today. If you enjoyed it, make sure to subscribe. If you're going to be trying out Smite Scion, make sure to go into the description and download professor.gg. Helps out the channel.
Look at this chart. It compares military budgets of countries, but it's a bit different, because it doesn't compare one country's military spending to another, but instead compares the US's military spending with the cumulative total of the 9 other countries' military spending. We're all on the top 10 list of biggest spenders. The reason? Well, the United States spent over $800 billion on its military in 2021, thus outspending South Korea, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Germany, France, Russia, the UK, India, and China combined. So there's frankly no worthwhile comparison to be made here. Yet still, after fighting wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and after a trade war with China, as well as unfriendly relations with Iran and North Korea, the US has its fair share of enemies who undoubtedly want to hurt them in one way, shape or form. So, hypothetically speaking, despite such a well-equipped military, could an enemy ever successfully invade the US or make devastating damages to the nation in some way? Well, as it turns out, this question was a bit harder to answer than I initially planned, because the military is only one of the reasons why the US is so unconquerable. You see, the US is in an incredible position, geographically, and its secret weapon might therefore be its location. All you have to do is look at this map to understand why. For over 150 years, America's territory has stretched all the way across the continent from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. These huge coasts separate the US from any potential enemy, so even in wartime, the American mainland is very well protected. Take World War II for example, when America fought in both Europe and Asia at the same time. Barely any attacks happened on US soil during the entire war. That meant American factories could keep making planes and weapons without interruptions, unlike the constantly bombed Soviet and British factories. On top of that, the Defense Production Act allowed the president to allocate materials and facilities for national defense, direct companies to prioritize government orders, and offer loans to companies to make this happen fast. In 2020, this law was used to increase the production of ventilators and medical-grade masks. So clearly, it's a very useful law to have in the toolbox, since the US still has a domestic industrial base with major shipyards, aviation, and automotive factories. A wartime scenario could easily involve switching to wartime production, so this makes sense. Not to mention the existing military industry, which is already making tanks, planes, weapons and warships for the US military. Factories on US soil are a huge advantage, because the US military can protect its supply chain simply by defending its own territory. Very little has to come from outside compared to its enemies, who would need to constantly run supplies across an entire ocean. I mean, just look at the size of the Atlantic Ocean and the even bigger Pacific to get an idea of just how long enemy supply chains would have to be. Not to mention the fact that with today's satellites, it would be trivially easy to spot an invasion coming from thousands of miles away and take out enemy shipments before they ever reach the US coast. Supply lines are critical in any war, and the US military is well known for its excellent logistics capabilities. They have the added advantage of the 45,000-mile highway system, which was designed with troop movements in mind. On top of that, the US has 140,000 miles of freight railway infrastructure. Now sure, this can be a double-edged sword, as enemies could use this infrastructure to penetrate into America's heartland. And infrastructure could definitely be a weak point, if not properly guarded. A good example of this would be this pipeline that runs over 5,500 miles from Texas to New Jersey and carries nearly 45% of the East Coast's fuel supply. In May 2021, a cyber attack shut down the pipeline for 5 days, and this isn't a fluke either. China and Russia both support cybercrime groups that regularly attack government agencies and companies. The former head lawyer for the NSA, Stuart Baker, told the Washington Post, quote, "We're fighting the cyber equivalent of a land war in Asia every day. But America's infrastructure is more than just highways and internet cables. Back in the day, another kind of highway already connected the Midwest from north to south, the Mississippi River, and the connected Missouri River is the 4th longest river system in the world. So yeah, this river has always been crucial to connecting the economies of major cities, like New Orleans, Minneapolis, and St. Louis. Today, the river is still used to ship goods across America. So during an invasion, the Mississippi could likely help move troops and weapons too. What's impressive about the US's geography is how challenging it makes the US to conquer. And that might have to do with the diversity of terrains like deserts, swamps, and mountains. The Appalachian Mountains in the east and the Rocky Mountains in the west serve as major barriers to inland invasion, and the Great Lakes in the northeast form yet another barrier. The result is that the flatter areas along the southern border seem like the best entry point. but the US compensates for these weaknesses with huge numbers of troops stationed in California and Texas. The coasts aren't any easier to invade with hundreds of thousands of troops stationed in military bases. Not to mention the fact that the US has peaceful relations with its neighbors to the north and south, which both have smaller populations and militaries if any turmoil was to unfold. To the east and west, the US has no neighbors, as previously discussed, a fact which has led America to focus on other things instead of imminent invasions. On top of that, the NATO treaty requires European and Canadian allies to come to America's defense if it's ever attacked. Oh yeah, and in addition to its current military personnel, the US still maintains the selective service system. See, all males from 18 to 25 have to sign up for a lottery to be drafted in the case of a national emergency. During the height of World War II, the US drafted over 3 million men per year. So this system could potentially expand the US's military personnel by several million. And we're not even done yet, because besides all this, an invasion is still very unlikely for another reason. The Pentagon's unrivaled resources. As I mentioned in the beginning, the US's defense budget is unrivaled. The US spent almost 3 times as much as China in 2021 and 10 times more than Russia. The result is that no country has enough ships or planes to get past the US forces. According to one military expert, quote, "The amphibious assault capability of the combined militaries of the world are simply too insignificant to get a beachhead on a coast." And then we of course have the civilians, who have even more guns than the military. So maybe armed citizens could also join the fight against invaders. I mean, it's a possibility. But anyway, urban warfare presents more challenges than fighting in open combat and often gives an advantage to the country defending its own territory. We only have to look at Russia's failed invasion of Kiev for proof of this factor. While urban areas make up a small amount of US territory, any invader would have to take control of cities to conquer the country, since 82% of the population lives in these cities. Another advantage of armies defending their own country from invasion is the will to fight. According to the RAND Declaration, a think tank closely tied to the Pentagon, will to fight means the disposition and decision to fight, to keep fighting, and to win. The report highlights the times will to fight is emphasized in US military doctrine, demonstrating just how vital it is to military victory. You can clearly see how that influenced the outcome of World War II and the Vietnam War. When a country is invaded, like Vietnam was, it's natural that the invaded country is more motivated to defend its land. I think it's safe to assume the same would apply during an invasion of the US. But let's shift gears for a bit and discuss one enormous US advantage I haven't mentioned, which is self-reliance for its food, energy, and weapons needs. Take these green areas for example. This land is mostly used for agriculture since only 2% of America's land is in urban areas. This low-lying land is a major reason why the US is nearly self-sufficient in agriculture and even exports food to many countries around the world. It also explains why America now actually has the most arable land in the world. That's right, the US has more arable land than India and China. What's more surprising is that India is only a third the size of the US, and China is slightly smaller but can only sustain large populations near its east coast. The crazy thing is that both of those countries have over 1.3 billion people, or about 1 billion more than the US population. And since the US is only projected to grow by another 100 million people over the next century, the US likely has enough resources to support a billion-plus population, but they don't need to. As for energy, the US also has impressive amounts of petroleum and gas, especially in parts of Texas. It has around 44 billion barrels of proved crude oil reserves and almost 500 trillion cubic feet of natural gas reserves. In fact, when you include biofuels, the US could be considered the largest oil producer in the world. It seems like even the bad parts of US geography have a major silver lining. The Appalachian Mountains on the east coast that I mentioned earlier aren't suited for farming, but they do have huge coal deposits that have been exploited for decades. And surprisingly, at least to me, America has the world's largest coal reserves, and loads of other natural resources from energy to metals. But to share a bit of a weakness of the US, it turns out it doesn't have every metal it needs to defend itself. You see, this shiny looking rock is a mineral called antimony, and is critical for making bullets and other weapons, and even night vision goggles. While antimony played an important role in World War II ammunition production, the last mine in the US closed in 1997. The US is therefore reliant on China and Russia, its two biggest military rivals, for supply of this critical mineral. So the US does have weaknesses, but who could actually have the military might and, most importantly, motivation to try and invade the US? Well, the latest US defense strategy names the People's Republic of China as the US's most consequential strategic competitor, and notes that Russia poses acute threats. Beyond these two big threats, it also mentioned North Korea and Iran. But let's focus on China for a bit. It's true that China is slowly building up its military capabilities, but it isn't even ready to launch an invasion on the island of Taiwan, let alone the west coast of the United States. I don't think I even need to mention how the loss of its largest trading partner would devastate the Chinese economy. Still, there's some reason for concern. If China disabled American satellites, it could debilitate the US military's ability to monitor troop movements in real time. If you're thinking this sounds like science fiction though, you'd be wrong, because in 2007, China successfully destroyed one of its own satellites with a ballistic missile. Floating 850 kilometers above the Earth, the destroyed satellite is at a similar altitude to US intelligence satellites, so China could theoretically destroy them too. In terms of Russia, well, they have now performed a similar test, which endangered the crew of the ISS. Taking out satellites is a bit extreme though, because it causes hazardous space debris that would affect all current and future satellites. That includes Russia's and China's satellites. But Russia and China are already interfering with US satellites on a daily basis. They're just using lasers and jammers instead of trying to shoot them down. What's even scarier though is China's recent investments in AI and quantum computing, which could change the future of warfare. I mean, imagine how hard it would be for the Pentagon to strategize against an enemy using an AI supercomputer to calculate decisions in milliseconds. But if we look at Russia again for a second, their military has turned out to be much more disorganized and incompetent than we imagined before their invasion of Ukraine in early 2022. Still, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with nearly 1 million troops, thousands of vehicles and specialized hacker units. As for other potential attackers, North Korea for example may boast that their nuclear weapons can reach the US mainland, but owing to their low budget and antique equipment, there's no way they could invade the entire US. Iran is a similar story, except that they don't yet have a nuclear warhead, although they're not far away. Realistically speaking, both countries use nukes to preserve the regime rather than actually use them against their enemies. Cuba and Venezuela are two other enemy nations in the US's backyard, but their troop numbers and military budgets are hardly enough to invade the United States. And if all else fails to stop an invasion, we shouldn't forget that America is a nuclear armed nation itself. It has a triad of air, land and sea missiles, which make it impossible to take out entirely. Land missiles are stored in the center of the country, and the sea missiles are in submarines, which are constantly on the move, hidden away without a blip on the radar. Since the Cold War though, nuclear weapons have acted more as a deterrent rather than a direct threat. You see, the principle of mutually assured destruction essentially means anyone who uses a nuke will get nuked back, launching a chain reaction of nuclear warfare, eventually obliterating Earth and ending humanity. But just for fun, let's compare nuclear arsenals. Alright, so the US and Russia currently have around 5,000 nukes, with around 1,500 deployed at heavy bomber bases and on intercontinental missiles. And then we of course have China. It has a couple hundred nuclear weapons, but none of them are deployed. Now, these numbers might seem high since they can literally eradicate humanity, but this is actually a low point from the peak of 70,000 nukes worldwide in the mid-1980s. What's still quite worrying though is that while the US claims to have decommissioned over 11,000 nuclear warheads since 1994, China and Russia are thought to be increasing their stockpile. But despite this, I hope you can see how costly it would be to even attempt an invasion of the US. Any hypothetical invasion would have to overcome the US's huge military and geographical advantages to gain any ground. While it is plausible that a major state actor like China or Russia could take out satellites and hack critical infrastructure, infrastructure, they'd also have to contend with the millions of well-equipped troops on the ground and a hostile armed population. So realistically, a physical invasion isn't really a possibility, but what if America's enemies could get what they wanted without an invasion? Well, it turns out it's much easier to conquer hearts and minds in an information war than to win with soldiers on the ground. And that might have something to do with Russia's influence campaign in the 2016 US presidential elections. See, after a 3-year investigation, a bipartisan US Senate committee recently concluded that Russia conducted an influence campaign to help Donald Trump get elected. If that's not shocking enough, the report states that Vladimir Putin himself ordered the hacking of Democratic Party emails to be leaked over WikiLeaks. The FBI now has a warrant out for 12 Russian military intelligence officers it believes interfered in the 2016 elections. So this is a serious incident. A recent report by a group of intelligence agencies claims Russia tried to interfere again in 2020, though on a smaller scale. Whether Russia continues to meddle in US politics in the future or not, the damage may already be done as Americans increasingly report a loss of faith in democracy and government institutions. But that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Double kill.
0233 hours local, and in a mountain complex in North Korea just over 100 miles from the Chinese border, technicians scramble to remove camouflage netting from the entrance to a deep underground bunker. That bunker has been cut into the mountainside and covered over with camouflage to fool American spy satellites loitering hundreds of miles overhead. The cover of night helps to obfuscate the rush of activity, and the heavy cloud cover is exactly what the Hermit Kingdom was waiting for. Out of the converted mine shaft, a huge truck is carefully backed out. The massive vehicle has only one purpose: to transport the equally massive Hwasong 50 intercontinental ballistic missile. Finally eased out of its hiding hole, the truck begins the laborious process of lifting the giant missile into position. Over 40 feet tall, the missile is taller than a 2-floor home and has the power to destroy several square miles of a densely packed city. The launch command officer picks up a phone hardwired straight to an underground telephone line that's connected directly to Kim Jong-un. The North Koreans have to resort to primitive telephone technology to ensure the United States or its allies aren't listening in somehow. On the other end, the North Korean dictator gives a single word. The Hwasong 15 intercontinental ballistic missile fires its main engine, shaking the entire launch complex to its core. Launch personnel hide behind blast screens or huddle inside the relative safety of the launch truck's armored cab, hunkering down in case something goes wrong and the missile and its entire fuel load explodes. 2 seconds later, the missile proves to be in good operation and lifts off the ground. 1,000 miles above the Earth, the United States' space-based infrared system immediately detects the thermal plume of the massive rocket. A low-Earth satellite sends an immediate flash alert to the 2nd Space Warning Squadron at Buckley Air Force Base in Colorado. Brother and sister units across the broad web of U.S. missile defense and the commanders of every U.S. geographical command. A second U.S. satellite in a geostationary orbit confirms the thermal signature of a large ballistic missile and chirps a second emergency alert. The massive Hwasong 15 is nearing supersonic flight and has punched several hundred feet through the clouds and into the open sky. The U.S.'s space-based infrared system satellites have now focused their full attention on the telltale thermal signature of the big rocket. Cloud cover may have made it impossible to see liftoff with the naked eye, but the incredible heat given off by the fiery liftoff was easy to spot by infrared sensors. Now the large rocket is screaming through the air, riding a thermal plume several hundred feet long and thousands of degrees hot. The U.S. satellites immediately begin to compare the thermal signature of the North Korean rocket with a large onboard library of known missile launches. In less than a second, there's a match with 2 different Hwasong 15 test launches from the late 2010s. The confirmed match is immediately sent to U.S. Space Command. U.S. Space Force personnel are stunned by the multiple threat warnings from the space-based network and rush to pour through the data. Humans are far slower than machines, though, and it'll take time to verify the threat. The North Korean missile is now twice as high as a commercial airplane, and its main rocket engine is still going strong. Space Force personnel have confirmed the launch as authentic. An emergency flash is dispatched to U.S. forces in South Korea and across the Pacific. It's impossible to know where the missile is headed this early in flight. Via hotline to the DoD and the White House, the alert is out. North Korea has fired a ballistic missile, possibly tipped with a nuclear warhead. The main engine on the Hwasong 15 shuts down as it runs out of fuel. The missile coasts for a brief second, traveling at several thousand miles an hour now in the upper atmosphere, before a series of explosive bolts just under 3/4 of the way up separate the first stage of the rocket from the second stage. A second later, the second stage engine fires, and the vehicle lurches forward as it prepares to exit the Earth's atmosphere. An aide rushes to interrupt a meeting between the President of the United States of America and the leader of a partner nation. There's no time for formalities, and the President is practically dragged out of the room so he can be informed. North Korea has launched a nuclear attack. Target is still unknown. The President immediately heads for the highly restricted and secretive Situation Room in the heart of the White House. From there, he'll be able to communicate with American forces around the world and defend real-time tracking data from various American assets. U.S. Space Command issues an order for radar installations in South Korea and Japan to begin tracking the North Korean launch. Sea-based Spy-1 radars on American naval vessels are networked into the massive surveillance effort tracking the North Korean missile. While boosting into space, the missile is at its most vulnerable, but the United States still lacks its capability to rapidly destroy a missile during this initial phase. With development on high-velocity projectiles and directed energy weapons, it's hoped that in the near future, U.S. forces will be able to down a missile during this vulnerable phase. For now, though, all U.S. assets can do is watch and gather data which will help determine where the missile is headed and which missile defense assets to activate. With a nuclear threat confirmed, the United States Secret Service begins preparations to move the president to a secure and highly classified location. If the missile is aimed at the White House, the president has less than 40 minutes to vacate. U.S. terminal high-altitude defense batteries in South Korea, Guam, and Hawaii are activated. Their powerful AN/TPY-2 radars begin sweeping the sky for signs of the threatening missile. Designed to obliterate an incoming ballistic missile during its terminal phase, the batteries of the interceptors are currently useless and can only defend the areas they're assigned to. Patriot missile defense batteries in the U.S. bases across the Pacific go on alert. These too are short-range defenses which are only useful for defending specific locations. U.S. Aegis-equipped warships in the region are given the same alert. Their SM-3 missiles can also be used for short-range ballistic missile intercepts just outside the atmosphere, but require the target to be in its descent stage. With a range of several hundred miles, though, each Aegis-equipped ship can help protect multiple U.S. installations or naval battle groups. The U.S. Northern Command at Peterson Air Force Base begins preparations to activate the United States' homeland defenses. At Fort Greely, Alaska, and Vandenberg Air Force Base in California, the ground-based mid-course defense system is activated, a collection of 44 interceptors. These missiles have a far greater range than either the mobile THAAD or the Navy's SM-3 missiles, and are designed to intercept a target in the mid-course before it's had a chance to enter terminal phase and is still cruising through space. More data is needed, however, and all that U.S. forces can currently do is watch and wait. It now has become clear from the missile's trajectory that this is not an attack against forces in South Korea or Guam. Japan is also ruled out as a target. Hawaii remains a likely target, but so does the rest of the U.S. mainland. The U.S. president is notified that based on the missile's trajectory and speed, it is not a test of a new missile. All the data points to this being a legitimate launch against American forces. Given North Korean capabilities, it's likely this is an attack against either Hawaii or the American West Coast. While North Korea has missiles capable of reaching the East Coast, it's not believed they have the targeting capabilities to strike that far with any sort of precision. The president authorizes the use of ground-based interceptors against the incoming threat and order the U.S. Navy ships near Hawaii or the American West Coast to move into positions to best protect major population centers. Across the United States, a fleet of specially modified aircraft put into the air. These big planes are loaded with communications gear and hardened against electromagnetic pulses. They're known as doomsday airplanes because it's their job to ensure that the President of the United States can remain in contact with all U.S. military forces, even in the event of a massive nuclear strike against the homeland. The planes will fly high enough to avoid being caught up in the destruction below and provide a direct airborne link between each other and surviving space and ground stations across the world. They will not come back down until the crisis is over, with a special fleet of aerial tankers dedicated to keeping them fueled and flying. For the moment, they settle into an orbital pattern across the West Coast, the East Coast, and the American heartland. The full might of the U.S. nuclear triad is officially on alert and prepared to retaliate against any potential threat, with the possibility of another nation using the cover of a North Korean strike to attack the U.S. with its own weapons. America from this point on has to be prepared to fight a nuclear war against any adversary. Troop recall orders are issued for American units across the world, informing soldiers they must drop whatever they're doing and immediately report for duty. Nuclear-capable aircraft are prepared for a possible nuclear mission, and nuclear munitions are prepared for possible loading and launch. Deep in the darkest recesses of the world's oceans, the American nuclear ballistic missile submarine fleet makes its own preparations to rain down apocalypse on the president's command. The second stage of the Hwasong-15 missile runs out of fuel. The payload detaches from the second stage and, using a chemical-powered thruster, adjusts its course and heading. The missile is now flying unpowered, riding the incredible momentum built by the massive two-stage rocket and moving as much as 4.2 miles a second. U.S. Space Command issues new tracking data on the North Korean missile and confirms separation of the payload from the second stage. Based on this new data, Hawaii is ruled out as a target. Current speed and elevation dictate that a hit on the southern American West Coast is likely. Armed with this new data, U.S. missile defense personnel opt for a GBI launch from Vandenberg Air Force Base instead of Fort Greely in Alaska. 4 of the long, skinny missiles are activated and fed live targeting data, but they can't be launched yet. They must wait until the enemy missile draws closer before launching. The American president is rushed out of the Situation Room, and 2 Marine One, his personal helicopter. 2 attachés join the president. One carries the nuclear football, the remote nuclear command authority unit, which gives the president the power to order Armageddon from anywhere in the world. The second carries a large backpack-like communications device that serves to keep the president in contact with all branches of the government and the military at all times. Rather than head to a predetermined shelter, the president opts to instead board Air Force One, believing that there's little risk to a full-blown nuclear attack on the homeland. From Air Force One, he'll be safe from the ground effects of a nuclear blast and be able to remain in contact with the rest of the military and government. U.S. and South Korean special forces stationed in South Korea and Japan are mustered and rushed to armories in preparation for a strike into the north. These elite units have been kept at high readiness due to recent hostilities from the north. Their specially modified Black Hawk helicopters can evade enemy radar and even fly more silently than any other helicopters in the world. They have one mission: infiltrate known North Korean nuclear sites and neutralize them from within. US and South Korean alert aircraft take to the skies in anticipation of a full-blown offensive from the north. On the ground, forces across the DMZ prepare for combat, and an alarm is sounded in Seoul. In case of hostilities, it's expected that North Korea will shell Seoul directly from behind the DMZ and has so many guns that it can deliver a whopping 10,000 rounds of high explosives per minute to the city of 10 million. American supercomputers calculate the trajectory, altitude, and speed of the North Korean warhead and feed that data to the ground-based mid-course defense system. With careful math, the computers calculate a firing solution, and green light is given for the launch of interceptors. 4 GBIs lift off from their silos in the California desert. The missiles will fly not to where the North Korean nuke is, but rather where it will be when they intercept it, with a dumb kinetic warhead that will destroy the enemy nuke through sheer kinetic energy. As they lift into the sky, TPY-2 and sea-based radars are networked together and feed them a steady diet of tracking data. In Guam, Japan, and South Korea, air crews rush to their aircraft in anticipation of full-blown war with North Korea. First up will be F-15s and F-16s to establish air dominance. Normally, stealthy B-2 bombers would slip in behind the air superiority fighters to take out critical air defenses and communications nodes, but the bulk of the B-2 fleet is in Missouri and unprepared for combat. Instead, the Air Force's big stick, the B-52, is prepared for immediate action. These aircraft will require at least an hour to prep, but taking off from bases across the South Pacific will be able to put steel on target within the day. U.S. interceptors are now in space and speeding toward the calculated intercept point with the North Korean warhead. The interceptors have ditched their ascent stages and make only small corrections using chemical thrusters. If the calculated firing solution is bad, they could miss the North Korean warhead by miles. In that case, it'll be up to the Navy's Aegis vessels to down the warhead before it can strike an American city. Updated tracking data reveals the target is likely Los Angeles. The first wave of U.S. Special Operations forces are given the green light from the American president to take off in their modified Black Hawk helicopters. Their destination is several North Korean nuclear launch facilities believed to be capable of rapid deployment. Other ground attack aircraft based in South Korea are already on their way to their targets, intent on destroying any ability for North Korea to launch a second attack. The U.S. President boards Air Force One. Upon arrival, he asks the United States Congress for a formal declaration of war with North Korea. The North Korean warhead suddenly breaks up into multiple smaller fragments as it ejects a cloud of highly reflective chaff. The metallic confetti is meant to confuse radar systems and make it harder to target the warhead. The warhead is now in 8 pieces. Each piece could be a separate warhead or it could be a decoy meant to lure missile defense systems away from the real warhead. U.S. ground and space-based radar struggle to pick out the real warhead from possible decoys from within the threat cloud. TPY-2 and sea-based X-band radars are best suited for this task, and it falls on them now to give a good intercept course for America's GBIs. Powerful processors churn through all the available data to sniff out the real threats from amongst the chaff and decoys. If they fail, millions of people will die. Using extremely precise measurements, the dummy warheads are singled out. Because of North Korea's inexperience with MIRV warheads and the use of decoys, the dummy warheads don't quite match the profile of a real warhead as perfectly as it flies through space. With a good intercept solution, the GBIs detach their exo-atmospheric kill vehicle. It will take 6 minutes for them to reach their target. There's nothing anyone can do now but pray. Unbeknownst to the United States, China has launched its own rapid response forces into North Korea. Elite Chinese troops penetrate North Korean airspace in fast transport helicopters. Their goal is the same as the Americans: seize Kim Jong-un's nuclear arsenal before it can be used again, and thus incur the wrath of the American nuclear triad. With both American and Chinese troops headed to the same objectives, though, this attack now has the possibility of sparking all-out war between the US and China. American EKVs scream through space at over 4,000 miles per hour. They're just seconds from a successful intercept or a catastrophic failure. The first EKV screams past the intercept point, missing the North Korean weapon by a dozen miles. The second EKV hits nothing. It too misses the North Korean warhead by over 3 miles. A second after the second EKV, the third strikes its target true, moving at a combined speed of just under 10,000 miles an hour. The impact produces a bright flash in the sky for a brief second. Nuclear detonation requires a precise chain of events, so the impact of the interceptor does not set off the nuclear explosion. Multiple ground stations and ship-based radar assets all confirm the good news. 2 misses followed by a direct hit. The threat has been neutralized and the dummy warheads will burn up in the atmosphere. The American president receives the good news aboard Air Force One. He can still see Washington, D.C. out the left side of the aircraft. And despite this threat being over, he will not order a return to the White House. The conflict has just begun, and more nuclear attacks are possible at any minute from North Korea. On the ground, half a world away, the South Korean and U.S. armies are preparing for what will be the costliest war since World War II, a conflict that will make the original Korean War look like a cap gun shootout. American warplanes are already en route to the Hermit Kingdom, preparing to drop tens of thousands of pounds of high explosives on suspected nuclear sites, and special forces from both the US and China are racing each other to seize Kim Jong-un's nuclear arsenal. On the border, the North Korean army is finally making its opening gambit, and over 1,000 pieces of artillery begin to rain hell down on the South's defenders. Now go check out North Korea versus United States 2021 military comparison, or click this other video instead. 0233. Osama bin Laden, the world's most wanted man. Not only did he pull off a devastating strike against the US homeland, but he managed to avoid capture and survive for a decade afterwards. What went wrong? And how did this notorious terrorist manage to avoid justice for so long? Turns out that the answer goes back to even before the infamous attacks. Born in Saudi Arabia, bin Laden wasn't some downtrodden underdog who became a terrorist. He grew up in luxury as the son of a billionaire construction magnate. So, how did he get radicalized? It all started when he joined Pakistani forces fighting against the Soviets in Afghanistan. But he didn't develop his unabiding hatred for the US until the Gulf War, where he saw American troops stationed on Saudi soil. So he viewed it as a desecration of the holy Muslim land. Even though the countries were allies, it didn't matter. He was determined to get revenge, and soon would form the Al-Qaeda terror group that would target US interests abroad and at home. And he didn't get a welcome reception at home. His radicalism led to him being expelled from Saudi Arabia and losing his citizenship. So he became a stateless figure looking to hide in any country that supported his cause. His first attack was in Yemen in 1992, where his team bombed a hotel full of US troops. It detonated prematurely, killing 2 civilians in the parking lot. A year later, the World Trade Center in New York was hit by a bomb in the parking garage, killing 6 people. While bin Laden was never proven to be involved, the mastermind of the attack trained in Al-Qaeda camps. And 2 years later, a car bomb exploded at a military base in Saudi Arabia, killing 7 people, including 5 Americans. Bin Laden was on the US radar now, but where was he? At this point, he was hiding out in the African nation of Sudan, which was known to be friendly to Islamic fundamentalists. But the government still had good relations with the United States, and Osama bin Laden came up in conversations between officials and the CIA. Did they offer to hand him over? It's not clear, but what is clear is that the US sniffing around his bases in that country led to bin Laden fleeing at some point, heading to his new home base in Afghanistan. Not that he told anyone. Al-Qaeda maintained a presence in Sudan, which would fool investigators for some time, and he was about to step up his operation in a big way. Until now, Al-Qaeda's attacks had been relatively small-scale, with only a few succeeding, but they were about to enter the realm of coordinated attacks, causing much greater damage. Starting with a duo of truck bombs in Kenya and Tanzania, hitting US embassies in both countries in 1998. 12 Americans were killed, but the vast majority of the deaths, over 200, were locals. This was the first time most Americans had heard of Al-Qaeda, and the public wanted revenge. President Bill Clinton wasted no time in responding, but the response wouldn't have the desired effect. Operation Infinite Reach was a series of cruise missile attacks on Afghanistan and Sudan, targeting Al-Qaeda training camps. This was the first official military engagement against a non-state actor, with many anti-war activists claiming it was an illegitimate attack because the US wasn't at war with either of the nations. However, bin Laden wasn't killed by the attacks, and overall Operation Infinite Reach became a propaganda win for the extremist. This was shortly after the radical Taliban group took over Afghanistan, and the militant clerics refused to hand over bin Laden and deepened their ties with him. And so the war of attrition continued. Having proven he could hit big targets, bin Laden's next goal was to sink a US ship. He would make his first attempt in early 2000, but the heavy bomb on the small boat derailed it, and it never reached its goal. He learned from that error and delivered a deadly payload to the USS Cole in October 2000, killing 17 sailors. The attack may have influenced the election in the US the following month, but it was only a prelude to what would come less than a year later. Osama bin Laden was still seen as a minor threat, but that was about to change. The September 11, 2001 attacks were the first major attack on the US mainland by Al-Qaeda, and the deadliest attack on US soil since Pearl Harbor. 2 hijacked planes took down the World Trade Center, and a third hit the Pentagon, killing everyone on board. A 4th plane crashed into a field in Pennsylvania, and it was later revealed that that 4th plane was meant to hit the US Capitol. Osama bin Laden was now public enemy number 1, and new President George W. Bush demanded justice. He announced to the world that the Taliban needed to hand bin Laden over now, and the Taliban's response was to demand US ambassadors be sent to negotiate. Given the Taliban's history of taking hostages, this was rejected immediately. The war on terror had officially begun. The US began bombing Afghanistan only days after the attacks, with one of their primary goals being to hunt down bin Laden. But where was he? He favored isolated safe houses, moving frequently and traveling with his wives and close associates. Now he sent his wives across the border to Pakistan and traveled from one Taliban-controlled safe house to another. A few months after the war began, he moved to the isolated Tora Bora region, where he was near impossible to find due to the rough terrain and the sparsely populated area with few sources to draw on. It would be a long war of attrition from here. Bin Laden didn't give up on attacking the US, but he would never pull off another major attack on the US mainland. Only 2 months after that attack, the infamous shoe bomber Richard Reed attempted to blow up a plane from Paris to Miami, but failed to successfully ignite the explosives and was restrained on the plane. Security increased massively in the US after the attacks, and Bin Laden's options became limited. He would pull off attacks around the world in less secure locations, but now he was on the defensive. But that didn't mean he was done. Osama bin Laden was the most wanted man in the world. The country he was hiding in was being bombed by the most powerful country in the world. The US government agents were scouting the country trying to hunt him down, and a $25 million bounty had been placed on his head. Despite that, years would go by without any sign of him. Some people speculated that he had been killed in the initial bombings, but occasionally grainy videos of him threatening new attacks would surface. Were these body doubles designed to keep the propaganda alive? No one was sure, but the US kept up the hunt. It would be a long, slow mission, and the true extent of it wouldn't become clear until he was finally found. For most of the time, the US looked for bin Laden in Afghanistan, but that turned out to be a red herring. Afghanistan was the most sympathetic nation to bin Laden, but it was also quickly descending into anarchy. And soon the Taliban would be replaced by a US-friendly government led by Hamid Karzai that created a rudimentary democracy, albeit one that had to fend off attacks from the Taliban forces for its entire duration. But bin Laden can no longer count on the Taliban to shield him, so a year after the 9/11 attacks, he traveled with his family across the border into a mountainous region of Pakistan. They moved from safe house to safe house for several years before moving to Abbottabad, where he would build his secret compound. So why did the US not clue in on this sooner? Unlike Afghanistan, Pakistan was ostensibly a US ally. The US was hesitant to anger their government because maintaining good relations with the nuclear power and being able to serve as a mediator for India and Pakistan was important. But Pakistan wasn't being forthcoming about what they knew about bin Laden's presence on their soil, and so the US had to rely on third-party sources. The regions where bin Laden stayed were dangerous, and any US soldier caught there couldn't rely on support from Pakistan's government, and the US would likely not be able to rescue them without a diplomatic scandal forming. So, information coming out of those regions was spotty for several years, and bin Laden was able to stay under the radar in Pakistan for all those years, but not forever. The US had to rely on unconventional sources of information for years, including the many detainees they'd captured and held at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. This military prison camp held hundreds of al-Qaeda soldiers, as well as many people who claimed to just be people who were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it could be difficult to tell who was who. But amid the sea of interrogations, many of which led to dead ends, one name showed up: Abu Ahmed al-Kawati, a man who was supposedly a courier working for bin Laden. It's not known when the officials first got the tip that he was working for bin Laden, but by 2007 they discovered the man's real name, Ibrahim Saeed Ahmed. The government now had its first real link to bin Laden's whereabouts. It would be a multi-year process to find the courier and his location, with it taking almost 2 years to discover his name to find his hometown, Abbottabad. The US was hesitant to make any moves in Pakistan until it knew more, but now it had a location, and Abbottabad was isolated enough that they could start sending in paramilitary operatives without arousing the suspicion of the Pakistani government. Over the next year, they'd follow Ahmed on his daily missions and track him repeatedly, making an appearance at a surprisingly secure compound that seemed out of place in the mountain town. But even this didn't give them what they needed. The CIA was able to set up a surveillance in the area and take countless shots of the compound. They were able to determine that it was a fortress designed to hide someone of significance. They saw many people coming in and out, but there was only one person they didn't see: Osama bin Laden. If he was inside, he was taking his security very seriously and had not left the compound in a long time. Neither had anyone known to be a member of his family. Not surprising, as his wives and children likely had very little autonomy. But based on the many guests, the CIA's best guess was that he was still living there with his youngest wives. But before they made a move, they needed proof. So began one of the most devious schemes in the operation. How do you get a notoriously paranoid and secretive terror leader to open his front door to you? Simple. You create a face that no reasonable or unreasonable person could object to. The United States recruited Dr. Shakil Afridi to approach the compound, claiming to be running a vaccination drive. With the help of some nurses, they were able to gain access to the compound to vaccinate the children, and also take some DNA samples that would potentially identify members of the bin Laden clan. It's not clear if the DNA ever did make its way to the US and provide the final piece of the puzzle, but when Dr. Afridi's role in the manhunt came out, he would become one of Pakistan's most wanted men. No good deed goes unpunished. Now all that was left was scouting out the location. The compound was massive, located on a lot around 8 times the size of the largest houses in Baghdad. While the actual house wasn't too large, the security ballooned it to many times its size, surrounded by concrete walls up to 18 feet wide and topped with barbed wire. The only way in was through security gates, and there was no way to do digital spying on the compound because there was no internet or phone service on the base. So anyone hoping bin Laden would hack into some unsecured Wi-Fi was going to be disappointed. The third-floor balcony had an additional 7-foot wall shielding it from the public eye, and not even trash left the compound. The residents would regularly bury it. The compound was set for a war, and that's what it would get. But back home, it was a very different story. While Osama bin Laden was public enemy number 1 after the 9/11 attacks, soon he faded from the headlines. George W. Bush, who vowed to get bin Laden dead or alive, soon got distracted and launched a war to displace dictator Saddam Hussein in Iraq. He was re-elected, but the second half of his presidency would be defined by mounting casualties in Iraq, a devastating hurricane, and a terrible financial crisis in 2008. By that point, bin Laden had largely disappeared, and few people considered the hunt for him a top priority anymore. Bush would be replaced by liberal Barack Obama in 2009, and Obama vowed to disengage from Iraq and focus more on domestic affairs. He, too, had a troubled presidency, and his re-election was seen doubtful after his party took a shellacking in the 2010 midterms. And at this point, many people didn't even know if bin Laden was alive or dead. The U.S. had never given up the hunt, but much of it happened far away from prying eyes. Many people initially speculated that bin Laden had died in the initial bombings or died due to illness in the ensuing years, but there wasn't any proof either way. A 2005 book interviewing al-Qaeda detainees disclosed that he had escaped from Tora Bora into Pakistan, but reports that he had a serious kidney disorder made it seem to many like he might have just quietly died far away from the public eye. The U.S. never publicly bought into the rumors, maintaining that he was a threat. But the lack of any new information made the public start turning out, and at a certain point, he started turning from terror leader to boogeyman in many people's eyes. For most people, their only connection to Osama bin Laden during these years was ill-sourced newspaper reports. Some were credible reports of where he might be hiding, others claimed he was dead or he might have changed his identity. Maybe some claimed he was hiding out in Los Angeles with Elvis and Bat Boy, and as the attacks against the U.S. homeland stopped and everyone got used to going through metal detectors and taking off our shoes at the airports, he started seeming less like a threat and more like a past figure. The government stopped giving the public updates, and most people assumed we'd never know the truth of what happened to him, which was why everyone was surprised when the bin Laden issue roared back into the mainstream media. In the years leading up to 2011, the CIA had staked out a place in Abbottabad and used informants and technology to learn everything they could about the compound. This included a drone that mapped every element of the house they could, ensuring that the team sent in would be as well informed as possible. They also used advanced spyware and tracking devices to pick up any cell phone signals in the immediate vicinity, even if the compound itself had no technology. Ironically, the size and security of the compound might have worked against bin Laden because it was so large it could be observed from multiple angles. And after years of intelligence gathering, a decision was made. The CIA and related organizations brought their intel to the president's desk, and Barack Obama had the most impactful decision of his career awaiting him. White House counterterrorism advisor John Brennan and CIA Director Leon Panetta were heavily involved in the planning, and they developed Operation Neptune Spear as a kill or capture operation. The U.S. had the policy of not killing any enemy who surrendered, no matter how much blood they had on their hands, but no one expected bin Laden to surrender, and everything around the operation was based on that assumption. So it sounds like an easy decision. Well, not quite. Vice Admiral William McCraven, the commander of the Joint Special Operations Command, was one of the first to be briefed on the mission after the president. A veteran of special ops, he felt the commando team would be the best equipped to take out Osama bin Laden. A bombing strike wouldn't guarantee a kill, and bin Laden's body might never be identified. Plus, if there were civilian casualties, it could be seen as an act of war against Pakistan. But that was also the biggest challenge here: how to handle relations with Pakistan. No one knew how closely linked the Pakistani government was with the al-Qaeda leader. If the U.S. government brought the intel to them and asked for a joint operation, they could get their man, or Pakistan could kick the terror leader off and allow him to disappear once again. They decided to go it alone. President Obama met with the National Security Council to hash out the details of the plan. Quickly ruling out the joint operation, Obama was hesitant to send a U.S. team into harm's way. He seemed to favor a bombing mission at first, but the CIA said they weren't positive that there wasn't an underground bunker at the base. That meant a bombing mission might not do the job, and with little way to conduct post-mission intel, the truth might never come out. The bombs powerful enough to destroy an underground bunker would cause collateral damage, so that plan was put on hold. Instead, McCracken was tasked with developing a foolproof plan for a commando raid, and it would fall on the best of the best. The Navy SEALs picked for their mission were among the most elite soldiers in the U.S. military, most having 10 or more deployments to Afghanistan, and skills including border infiltration and foreign language knowledge. They were brought in without being told the details of the mission, and engaged in rehearsals of the raid in test compounds built in multiple locations. Whatever this mission was, it was big enough that the government built a massive facility just to train for it. When they were told that the government had found Osama bin Laden and it was their job to take him down, reportedly, every single one of them burst out shooting. Now that they knew the mission, they would be briefed on the last few details of the raid. They'd be flown in on modified Black Hawk helicopters designed to be quiet and nearly invisible on radar. The U.S. had supplied much of Pakistan's military equipment and trained their soldiers, so they knew their capabilities and how to get around them. And they were confident they could counter them if they came under attack. But the goal was for Pakistan to know nothing about the raid until it was already done. If bin Laden had surrendered, he would be held at a nearby Air Force base, but that was unlikely. And the SEALs were informed that if they were captured, the government would negotiate for their release. But they wouldn't be able to send in a rescue mission. Now it all hinged on one man. Was this raid too risky? Was the president really willing to put a team of Navy SEALs behind enemy lines on what would likely be an assassination mission? If the mission succeeded, it would be the biggest foreign policy coup of the administration. But if it failed, Barack Obama's presidency would essentially be over. Meanwhile, the military brass was making final plans, including adding an additional helicopter detachment that might be able to help the team fight their way out if they were cornered. Ultimately, the president looked at the plan and gave the go-ahead for the mission that might finally rid the U.S. of its decades-long enemy. And now it was all in the hands of the Navy SEALs. As the team took to the air and headed for Abbottabad, the president and his closest team members retreated to the Situation Room to watch the raid on closed-circuit cameras. Around 12 SEALs were making their way toward the compound, and their command was transferred to the CIA for the mission so that the U.S. soldiers would technically not be controlled by the U.S. Army while on Pakistani soil. They would be backed up by 67 additional commandos and a military working dog, a Belgian Malinois named Cairo, who would be tracking any escaping people from the compound and alert SEALs to any Pakistani military presence, making him a very good boy indeed. It was time. The two Black Hawk helicopters were accompanied by larger Chinook helicopters, holding back in case they were needed. The first helicopter would hover over the yard while its team rappelled to the ground, as the other copter would be around the perimeter and deploy the rest of the team plus the dog and an interpreter. But as they approached, one of the copters was hit by hazardous airflow conditions that caused it to spin out and be damaged. The pilot was able to avoid a crash, landing with some damage, but without any injuries or alerting security. They were on the ground, and now there was one thing left to do: breach the door and take on whoever was inside. Want to know the rest of the story? Watch how SEAL Team took down Osama bin Laden minute by minute, or watch this video instead.
Your turret has been destroyed.